back after our lunch break here as we get set to go racing finally with our Micro Swift class here. Dutch Westbrook going to start on the front row alongside Wonderlay. Kimo Ahmad starting on that second row alongside sorry here as I pull up our timing, and it is going to start on the back straightaway again for those of you who I guess weren't here for the earlier sessions today, I should say. But again, your starting lineup: Dutch Westbrook, Victor Gus Wonderlay, Tyler Blackwood, and Kimo Ahmad on that second row. Brody Brown, Kason Sanders, Rodolfo Garza, and Nayeli Vargas. Your field here in Micro Swift as we get them all to slow down. And it's Westbrook and Wonderlay leading us to green, and it looked like Westbrook wanted to go here, but the start box is here now. Green flag is out, so we are racing here now. Westbrook with a good start there down the inside. They're going to go side by side there for a second and further back in between Ahmad and Blackwood. Ahmad on the outside, Blackwood at the bottom. He looks to get through in turn number 3. He is able to get through, so Blackwood goes up to the third spot. Ahmad falls back to 4th, and it's a single foul line all the way through, but a good start by the Bannock machine and Dutch Westbrook to start off this micro race.
Yeah, and Brody Brown in 5th place, gaining, as you see Kimo Ahmad now go to the inside of Blackwood to take that 3rd place position. Maybe a little bit of a mistake there by Blackwood coming out of the pole as he is now being pressured by behind from Brown. I don't know what's going on with Blackwood here. He seems to be just losing a bit of ground to that 3rd place position. Now we'll see as we come across for the second lap. And yeah, Blackwood getting gapped right now by Kimo Ahmad.
Yeah, Ahmad able to set up some good lap times and just looks a lot smoother for Ahmad in this first lap. And then further back, Brody Brown in his first Micro Swift race, making a first Micro Swift pass in racing action. He's able to get through on Kason Sanders. So Brody Brown, I believe, only 6 years old here and doing a really good job nonetheless in this Micro Swift class and adjusting quite nicely by Brody Brown on what's his first weekend in his first race in a Micro Swift. So it definitely looks like he hasn't missed a beat and already fighting here with a lot of the drivers that have a lot of pace here so far. Back up at the front, Westbrook, a good gap back to Victor Gus Wonderlay. Ahmad sitting in the 3rd spot. See the gaps there on the left-hand side of your screen. About 1.371 for Ahmad and others. And you go back to Blackwood and be a single foul line. We're just about 3 minutes into this race. Sorry, a minute and a half into this race with just over 4 to go and single foul. Last time around, Westbrook again went quickest to 54.664 for that Bannock machine. Wonderlay was able to go just a little slower than Westbrook, about just under a second off of the lap time Westbrook was able to put in. So for Wonderlay, doing a good job and definitely pushing here to try and get closer to Westbrook, but he has a lot of pace here, so we'll see if the teammates for the 2 Iron Rock machines decide to do it as Ahmad looks to close down his gap down to Wonderlay, and as Brody Brown looks to close down his gap to Tyler Blackwood in 4.
Brody Brown, a driver that is fresh out of Kid Karts, making a very good debut in the Micro Swift class, gaining to the back of Tyler Blackwood. As you can also see, Kimo Ahmad catching to the back of Victor Gus Wonderlay as Wonderlay just dropped the tire there coming out of the final corner. So Kimo Ahmad seems to be making headway towards 2nd place. Meanwhile, this fight right here, Brody Brown still making up quite a bit of ground on Tyler Blackwood, so we'll see what happens when he gets up to Blackwood.
Yeah, so still a lot of play for here for all these drivers. The gaps here at the moment, about 2/10 back for Brown on Blackwood and about a second, just over a second back for Blackwood on Kimo Ahmad, then half a second for Ahmad to get up to the rear bumper of his teammate in Victor Gus Wonderlay, and then that's almost 2 seconds now in the first 2 laps of this race in between Westbrook and Wonderlay. So still a lot of pressure coming on now for Kimo Ahmad. Looking on the inside now in the second last hairpin. Not going to be close enough to get it done through there, but he's going to be all over the rear bumper here of his teammate. And if you're Tyler Blackwood, if you're Brody Brown, you're looking at this, rubbing your hands together, and this is exactly what you want to see from the 2 Iron Rock teammates. You want to see them fight. You want to see them slow each other down so you can get yourself closer and closer to their rear bumpers. So a lot of play for here as Wonderlay now knows his teammate there on the outside. Going to defend a little bit to the middle of the racetrack there for Wonderlay. Ahmad looks to set up the over-under. Not going to have the run that he needs on the exit of that hairpin.
These teammates, they're fighting really hard right now. As you see, Kimo Ahmad throws it down the inside late to get that P2 position. Now you have Gus Wonderlay trying to get the switch back. He can't, and he falls back suit behind his teammate now, bumper to bumper. They should try and work together now after they've shuffled for position. They have a gap behind to that 4th and 5th place drivers, and if they want to hold on to these positions, they definitely should be working together right now.
Yeah, I mean, for sure, because Blackwood and Brown are definitely sitting in some good lap times. They were about a 10th quicker than those two drivers, and when you talk about good lap times, you talk about Dutch Westbrook, a 54.578 for Westbrook, and now Ahmad finally able to get clear of Wonderlay. He's able to set in a 55 flat to set his sights forward and maybe close on his gap to Dutch Westbrook. And again, still about half a second slower for Wonderlay, unfortunately, but he is staying with Ahmad nonetheless. So those two Iron Rocks bumper to bumper here, and they're going to bump each other just a little bit as Wonderlay on their bumper there of Kimo Ahmad. And they're going to go single file here once again, but still working together nonetheless. Ahmad fades low. And this is pretty much a straight line, kind of kink on the right, kink on the left as well. You can call it a chicane, but it's all flat out through that entire section in such a low speed category. Look back on Ahmad, still holding Wonderlay back, and again, fastest lap of the race for Dutch Westbrook, a 54.494. Ahmad not able to improve. Wonderlay is able to improve, now being in the toe of Kimo Ahmad. So let's see what Wonderlay can set up. There you see Westbrook kind of running away in the distance, and then here in a couple of moments' time, you're going to get the next two drivers in Ahmad and Wonderlay who still continue to fight. They're going to go side by side all the way through. Wonderlay looks to set up an over-under. Ahmad able to stay ahead. About half a car length separates these two drivers, and as I say that, a little more than that now, but again, for Blackwood and Brown, they continue to close down, and then further back in your field, Kason Sanders, Nayeli Vargas, and Rodolfo Garza just further back and a little bit off the pace compared to what your top 5 are running here at the moment. So for Sanders, Kronos is in the 6th spot, 57.465, and you go back to Vargas, 57.788 for Nayeli, and then Rodolfo, a 57.433. So Rodolfo a little bit quicker than Vargas here, and they're actually not too far off of each other. But this time around, time is up, 2:06 in the air, so 2 laps to go left in this race as they continue to go around. Westbrook, a 54.467, and for a driver of the caliber of Westbrook to really go lap after lap and go quicker and quicker every time that he goes around. I mean, this kid isn't slowing down one bit, and we saw it in qualifying. We were expecting to see a peak in the tires, a peak in the pressures, and a peak in, I guess, the tire life as well around the 2nd lap. So it's definitely going to be something to look out for some of these drivers, but it hasn't been the case for Dutch Westbrook as he gets set to take the white flag this time when he crosses the stripe.
Yeah, Kimo Ahmad driving a bit of a tight line in some parts of the track, trying to hold on to that P2 position as we get the white flag for Dutch Westbrook. One more lap around this course for this Heat 1 race. As we can maybe go back to the fight for P2, Kimo Ahmad was very close with Gus Wonderlay there, covering off a few corners in the previous lap. So we'll see where they come out. So there they are, side by side, coming through into turn 3. I think Wonderlay to the inside of Kimo Ahmad for that P2 position. We'll see if Kimo can do anything about it. Around the outside, he's going to hold it, maybe try to go and take a really tight line at this corner, and he tries it and gets down about half a kart length, and Gus holds it around the outside to hold that P2 position.
Yeah, very good move there to kind of hold on there for Wonderlay. But all this fighting, they took the white flag, has really allowed Westbrook to pull away even more. He gets to the second and last hairpin here now, and that's going to be it. And all she wrote in Micro Swift racing action, Dutch Westbrook, Captain America, going to take the first heat race here in Micro Swift. Across the line here coming up shortly, Ahmad and Wonderlay still fighting. Wonderlay able to get out ahead. Wonderlay is going to be in second. A drag race, though, was close, but still Ahmad. Blackwood in 4th. Brody Brown runs up your top 5. Kason Sanders, Nayeli Vargas, and Rodolfo Garza getting set to come across the line here in a couple of moments' time. It's going to start here with Kason Sanders, who sits in the 6th spot. Vargas here and Garza working together and fighting each other just a little bit. They cross the stripe now. It's Vargas and Garza running up your field here in this Micro Swift class. That's one done. 19 more to go left on the day. It's just getting started. The action's only going to continue to ramp up. We'll be right back. You're watching Kart Chasers live coverage of the MidSummer Mashup. Don't go anywhere.
Chain, I need a 77 tooth roof sprocket. I need some more chain lube, and I need it probably as soon as like tomorrow. Dude, are you even listening? Like, we need this to run this weekend.
Want anything else?
What do you mean?
I already got it in the Kart on Acceleration Kart Racing's online store, bro. All orders over $200 get free shipping.
Oh, throw in a set of tires.
Done.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free on orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Shop AKR.com.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Parallel USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parallel Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParalleLUSA.com.
Back your Honda Kit Karts on the racetrack now as they get set to go green for the first of their heat races here today. Dusty Strayer, the driver, on the pole position. He's starting alongside Shep Sullivan. Wiley Lee from California starting on row number 2 alongside Beckley Anderson. Holden Henson, Caden Tudor on row number 3. Bodie Bayer, Ray Fall Lee, Vettel Baker, Hayden Sampson, Liam Lofton, and Trevor Knight. Your field here as the red flag comes out to get them all lined up and get ready to go out and race here, as everybody able to slow down just enough to put themselves in a good position and get lined up here, as race director Matt out there on the racetrack getting set to go green and making sure these kids are going nice and slow and steady. We had them start all their races at the IKF Grand Nationals, but hasn't been that way so far today, obviously with the first one here, so just gotta get them to slow down just a little bit as we run you down to your starting lineup here. Strayer and Sullivan obviously on that front row, 2 CRGs on the second row, Wiley Lee and Beckley Anderson. Holden Henson, Caden Tudor, and we look back onto the racetrack as they get the green flag now, and that's a good start so far by Dusty Strayer on the inside in the Tony Kart. He's able to go to the lead. Shep Sullivan able to go up to second. And already for Wiley Lee, he's up to third. Anderson's right behind him in the fourth spot. Everybody there further back of the field going side by side on what looks to be Caden Tudor and Holden Henson there, the 99 Burrell, and the top cart there of Caden Tudor in the 53. So they're going to battle it out just a little bit further back in the field. And they're going single foul line as now on their bumper here. Shep Sullivan's able to close down his gap to Dusty Strayer on the back straightaway.
Yeah, it was a 3-car breakaway, but now you see Sullivan sucking up to the back of Strayer there, so we'll see if he tries to make a move into this sequence of hairpins here right before we get our first lap completed. Strayer a little bit, we've seen Strayer be a little bit defensive before and hold defensive lines to, he's very good at covering off the corner for a kid. In kid kart races, you don't see a lot of defensive driving. It's more of trying to focus on the racing line and whatnot, so seeing, a real mindset behind how to really win a race is pretty interesting, as you see Sullivan going down to the inside of Strayer, trying to get that inside, and he does get it. So promote Strayer, demote Strayer to P2, promote Sullivan up into P1.
Yeah, good move there by Sullivan on the inside at turn number 3 to get clear. And again, there you see Sullivan kind of fading low, looking to hold on from Strayer, and Wiley Lee not too far back as well. He's kind of closing down his gap, and this looks a lot like a 206 racing. You see there the elbows of Dusty Strayer kind of out, looking to be as aerodynamic as possible, and try and get whatever ounce of pace that he can get to close on his gap to Shep Sullivan here on the back straightaway. So they're still going around, and if I'm not mistaken, Shep Sullivan actually a home race for him here this weekend, as well for a couple of other drivers who are also based out of the Dallas, Texas area. So they get to the start-finish line now. Gaps looking nicely. Fastest lap of the race for Shep Sullivan, who is your leader, a 110.632. You go back to Strayer, ran a 111, but he has a good run. Holden Henson on the inside of Beckley Anderson. He's able to get clear, so Henson moves up another spot. He's up to 4th. Anderson falls back to the 5th spot, and Bodie Bayer in 6th, and Caden Tudor in the 7th spot. They're going side by side there further back around the factory carts, and they're going side by side and able to go around nicely. But when you go back up to lead and you look at the, I guess the suit and cart combination that Dusty Strayer has, it reminds me a lot of the suit combination you used to have back in the day, Rocco.
Yeah, I mean, I guess so. So, I mean, here's Henson on our screen still. We're still focused on this fight for P5. It's not really too much of a fight now. Everybody seems to be a little bit spaced out. So, you know, they're just turning laps right now from 5th on back. Up further, up ahead, you have a bit of a closer fight for, I think, P2 and P3, if we could get up there. So, yeah, there's Sullivan and Lee in 3rd there. Strayer seemed to get back up around Sullivan for that lead and pulled quite a big gap now. We'll see what happens when they come around the line, how big that gap truthfully is. So Strayer, and then you have Sullivan about 0.8 seconds back with Lee falling close behind.
Yeah, Strayer ran a 109.780. Sullivan ran a 110.8, but again, these lap times fluctuate lap by lap, and there's Lee has a really good run here on this straightaway. He's going to poke to the inside, not going to be close enough into turn number 3, going to stay behind Shep Sullivan, so he's going to continue to push Sullivan along and maybe try and close down their gap to Dusty Strayer out ahead. So we'll see if they can get there with enough racing left to kind of get it done. Just under 2.5 minutes to go, just about to be just under 2 minutes to go left in this race. But all these kids still setting in some good lap times. Everybody else further back still single file as well. For the likes of Beckley Anderson, Bodie Bayer, Caden Tudor, Rafe Ali, Vettel Baker, Hayden Samston, Trevor Knight in that group as well. Liam Lofton as well involved in that group down in 12th. So for these drivers, it's a pretty long lap. So for what's 5 minutes, they only get like 4 or 5 laps of racing action here, Rocco, which is, I guess you could say the shortest race we're going to see this weekend.
Yeah, as far as laps go, I mean, the time doesn't change much. Everybody seems to get about the same amount of track time. So I mean, it's just because of the speed difference. I mean, you have the shifters. It's a huge contrast between the classes of how many laps get put down and the lap time. So as you see, Lee pull down to the inside of Sullivan, take that P2 position, and Sullivan looks to the inside to see Lee and gives it to him. So we'll see if Sullivan has anything to answer about that. He seems to fade low to try and get that inside line. Still very close to the bumper of Lee, but decided better of it to hold in that P3 position. Now you have Lee with a bit of a gap to Sullivan, and see if Sullivan can close that gap back up.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta say that was a very slick move there by Wiley Lee to kind of pull out and go on the inside there of Shep Sullivan. So that was really I guess you can say a veteran move there, right? You're not used to seeing I guess many of that in some of the kid car races, but I mean, these kids have showed us some great racecraft so far in this one and have kept it clean nonetheless. So good racing in between Wiley Lee and Shep Sullivan here for 2nd and 3rd. Dusty Strayer crossing the line now. 20 seconds to go, so they're going to get 3 laps to go this time around when they cross the stripe. And everybody else further back in the field, Tudor personal best last time around, a 111.874. Bodie Bayer as well, 112.457 for him. So they're still going side by side there further back in the field, and Wiley Lee going to fight again. There's a factory cutter, Caden Tudor and others. As there you have it, Sullivan again able to do the same move Wiley Lee did the lap prior, so they're able to switch positions. And Caden Tudor and Beckley Anderson still fighting here for the 5th spot, and Tudor actually the driver in the 5th spot now. He's up to 5th. Anderson fell back to 6th now, and that'll populate when they cross the stripe next time around. As Anderson looking on the inside here, not close enough to get it done there, but that's a really tricky corner to kind of pass, and you really need to have a monster run it to get the move done there in the double left, because if you don't, there's definitely going to be some contact there this weekend if some people try to do a late send with how quick that corner is. 2 laps to go, this time by 6 laps down, 2 more to go. So we're just at the end of this race as Strayer continues to pull away. And I mean, to see Strayer to kind of be consistent and as consistent as he has been is really surprising. You know, at such a young age, it's easy to get confused, look out into the distance, maybe look at some clouds while you're at it. And you know, or look at some of the dandelions or something that's flying by you, and you get confused easily. But he's doing a good job, nonetheless, to stay out ahead. So Strayer, really, really good lap times so far, and has been super consistent. Obviously, the start, Shep Sullivan was able to get a move done, but Strayer was able to recollect and get back up there. Now you see a Wiley Lee on the rear bumper, and these two drivers have driven this race kind of like a 206 race, Rocco. Have been pushing each other all the way through.
Yeah, and a bit of good racing from them too. They've been switching positions throughout the race. A bit of a exciting race to see too. I mean, it's the closest battle we have on track at the moment. I mean, maybe not the closest, but the closest and the furthest up. So you can see Lee straight on the bumper as we get to the white flag. So we'll see if Lee can get around Sullivan as they come through the first turn. It is he's right on the bumper of Sullivan here. So we have this big straight. We'll see if Lee can pull to the inside. He has a bit of a draft, I think, a bit of a run. He pulls down to the inside, and it's a big, long straightaway, so they have a bit of time before they get to the corner. And Sullivan closes the door around the outside to keep that P2 position. If Lee can get another huge run here, possibly fade down to the inside as Sullivan goes really narrow on the entry of the corner and still manages to hold on to that P2 position, Caleb.
Yeah, so able to hold on to the second spot here, but they continue to fight and go side by side all the way through over the bump there for these drivers, and still battling it out, and nobody able to kind of get ahead of one another. And there goes Wiley Lee on the bottom of the racetrack. Not close enough that time around, but all the while, this time checkered flag will be out for the trackside karting services Tony Kart of Dusty Strayer, who has put on an absolute clinic so far in this race, and is going to be your heat race number 1 winner in Honda Kit Kart. Across the line next, Shep Sullivan able to stay ahead here of Wiley Lee. Sullivan going to finish second, Wiley Lee going to finish third. And across the line, a lot of battling further back in the field. Beckley Anderson, Rafa Lee shuffling and jockeying for position there further back. Holden Henson looks to be the driver in 4th here. He will emerge in 4th, and then you go across the line, Caden Tudor and Rafa Lee able to get ahead of teammate and Beckley Anderson. Bodie Bayer in 8th, Hayden Sampson in 9th, Vettel Baker 10th, Trevor Knight 11th, Liam Lofton and others still fighting here. But that's going to be it for Honda Kit Kart, presented by Gallery Furniture. After this quick commercial break, more racing action getting set to come your way. We'll be right back after this quick commercial break, and coming up next, your Mini Swift class going on to the racetrack.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself, quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Are you looking for an advantage in your competition? Well, Car Class has done the hard work for you. We've travelled to your racetracks to give you the inside knowledge. So what does Car Class offer? We've got drone footage that captures the racing lines, visual markers for your braking points, acceleration zones, and the best overtake opportunities on your racetrack, pedal cam to show you where to brake and when to accelerate, and 360-degree footage to make sure you don't miss any parts on the racetrack. We've covered 13 racetracks in the United States, and Australia, you're up next. So visit carclass.com to get your track information.
back out onto the racetrack now. Alex Chandler and Pasha Ali going to lead us to the green flag here in your Mini Swift class presented by the Alan Rudolph Racing Academy. Royce Vega, Kate Casper on row 2. Simon Klein and Oscar Gus Wenderley on row number 3. Nico Orbezo, Rodolfo Lavin on row 4. Liam Nachawati, Nathan Hughes, your top 10 starters here today. Sofia Sadagova, Vargas, and more getting set to take the green flag. Side by side all the way through. Alex Chandler goes to the point. Vega goes side by side there with Ali. Around the outside, Katie Casper looks to get a move done there on Vega. They're going to go side by side here for a second. Ali, not close enough. Single file all the way through.
Yeah, Casper had a great start off the line and seemed to lose that position back to Royce Vega for third there. Everybody single file coming through this back sector into the bowl. Chandler with that lead and Ahmad very close following in second. It's no one's really breaking away just yet. Everybody's still very close, so we'll see how this race plays out as you have everybody still single file coming through the sequence of hairpins here before the before the starting line to get our first lap underway. Now, still Chandler with that lead and pulling away here.
Yeah, pulling away here at the moment just a little bit, but as you say that, Rocco, Pasha Ali, bottom of the racetrack, looking to get clear. He is in a turn number 3. This is going to stack up the rest of the field here once again. Going to give Vega with another shot, Casper with another shot, and for the drivers like Orbezo and Klein looking to close on their gaps, going to help them out a whole lot here as there goes Casper just a little bit wide. They're going to go side by side on exit. Orbezo looking to get through, going to go side by side there with what looks to be Simon Jack Klein. Ali going to defend just a little bit into the bull. We're going to say single file nonetheless, and everybody further back. Time to set your differences aside, boys and girls. You got to get up there and not let these drivers get away, and that's a bumper there. What looked to be from Chandler on Pasha Ali goes on the inside. He's able to get clear. Ali going to slot back to the second spot. Not for long, though. Vega going side by side. He's up to second. Now Ali on the outside. Casper looking to get through as well. And that's going to fall into the hands of Arcade Casper. It's really hard to kind of hold on to it there when you get stuck on the outside. But if you do what Ali did there, a little bit of switchback move on the straightaway, you're going to be able to get back to up to the third spot. So that's exactly what Pasha Ali needed. And you see him there. Starts to throw the signals up in the air, tap the back of his helmet, telling everybody to kind of start pushing forward and work their way up to the rear bumper of Chandler and Ali.
Yeah, and you can see when they come through that turn 4 and 5, through turns 4 and 5, they drive a really tight line, way more than they do during qualifying. And that's to cover off that inside from anybody else who wants to try and slip down and take a position from them. So even though it may be a little bit slower, it is definitely going to be the racing line versus, I would guess you could call it the qualifying line. So now Casper blocks low, and actually no, not blocks low, goes around Ali there for third place. So promote Casper up into P3. This train of 3 needs to work together if they're going to catch back up to those top 2.
Yeah, definitely going to have to put their differences aside here shortly and trying to get a move on here as Casper going to fade low. Going to block from Ali here, and that's going to cost them a little bit of time. Lap times look like about 4/10 of a difference in between the Trackside Karting Services GFC and back, and between Ali, Orbezo, and others. And then for Chandler and Vega, who are taking the normal racing line, that's kind of falling into their hands to continue to do what they're doing now and pulling away from the rest of the field. So their gap's just at about half a second back to Cade Casper. And it's a matter of when Royce Vega is going to feel like he has enough pace to kind of try and get ahead of Alex Chandler. But Casper not defending anymore, going to look to close down his gap to Vega, and it is closing down just a little bit. It was at half a second last time by, and that being said, fastest lap of the race for that GFC, a 53.581 for Cade Casper that time around.
We still have 2.5 minutes left of this Heat 1 to go, so plenty of time for them to catch back up and shake up this order for the leaders. So Chandler and Vega both working together in front. You can see Vega really not trying anything on Chandler now, but when these drivers in third and through fifth catch up to that lead, you may see Vega be a little bit more antsy to put a car in between him and third on back. So we could definitely be in store for a really good battle in this mixed with Heat 1 as Casper, Ali, and Orbezo all still working very good together to catch up to these leaders. As the leaders also are, it is a battle between really 2 go-karts right now. As I say that, you have Vega go down to the inside to put a kart between him and the rest of the pack that's catching up right now.
Yeah, slick move there by Royce Vega, but that's going to allow Casper to close on his gap as well for Pasha Ali, and Nico Orbezo sits in the 5th spot. So this is going to stack and pack them here shortly whenever they fight it out for the heat race win, and we're just nearing the end here We're about to get to the 5-minute mark, so about to be 2 laps to go. I believe next time they cross the stripe, and I think it will be that way because Chandler there on the bumper of Vega. Not close enough here, and this is a really tricky spot to kind of try and make a move because it's a very fast straightaway. It's a flat-out bull corner, and it could definitely end badly through there. So from what I've heard, there's a gentleman's agreement around a place like this. There's no passing through the bowl, but again, this is a lot of racers that don't run the club here, don't race around here. But what a move there by Cade Casper on the inside of Alex Chandler. He's able to get clear and set that up quite nicely. Took a narrow line there to the last corner. But it could have cost him just a little bit as Chandler goes over the grass. He goes sideways there. Ali was stuck on the outside and loses a whole lot of time, and that could have just been it for Royce Vega, as he's going to get the, I believe, 2 sticks in the air next time around. But that was really, really close there in between Chandler and company.
Yeah, that was a bit too late to try and get down on the inside. I mean, Casper just didn't see Chandler trying to get a nose down on the inside. As you can see, Orbezo got around Ali for that 4th place position. So now you have Orbezo going forward and Chandler moving backwards. Casper as well making some headway towards Vega. I mean, we just hit the timer. So now when we come around, we'll get the 2 sticks to go. And yeah, 2 sticks to go. So your top 5 still within a shot of getting, even Ali, still getting the win. He's close enough.
Yeah, still close enough. There goes Chandler on the inside of Cade Casper. He has a push from his teammate back from Nico Orbezo. They're able to get through. Orbezo side by side with Casper now. Casper drops a tire into the grass, and he loses a lot of time there. Got stuck there, and that's definitely not how he would have wanted to end his heat race, so he lost a whole lot of time. He's all the way back now. I'm going to fall under fire from Simon Jet Klein and what looks to be Oscar Gus Wonderley as well. So unfortunately there for Casper, who just lost a lot of time, but for everybody else, it's kind of running away with it here, especially for Royce Vega, who has a really comfortable gap back to Alex Chandler. I'm not even sure that Vega's going to have to defend here on the final lap.
Yeah, he really, I mean, we'll see, because we had a lap earlier in the race where we had Casper in that group of 3 catch up really quickly to Chandler and Royce, but Chandler is a very quick driver. So, I mean, if he can get that draft and get the benefit of that draft down these straights, he could catch up to Royce. And, I mean, he's making progress right now. I mean, it may be a little bit too late. We'll see as they come through the second half of this final lap.
Yeah, about the end of this final lap here as they get set to go through. Royce Vega, Alex Chandler there, single foul line for them. Vega still out ahead. Chandler fades low into the bull, not going to be able to get it done there. Look to catch Royce Vega by surprise. Couldn't get it done. Now Vega holding off on Chandler. This could be it here. Checkered flag will be waving this time around. Chandler going to look to go, Orbezo was looking to go there on Chandler. Vega going to take the checkered flag. Chandler finishes second. Orbezo rounds up your top 3 on what was an action-packed mini Swift race presented by the Allen Rudolph Racing Academy. Take a quick commercial break. When we come back, more racing action coming your way.
Colin, I need a new 219 chain. I need a 77 tooth wrist sprocket. I need some more chain lube, and I need it probably as soon as like tomorrow. Dude, are you even listening? Like, we need this to run this weekend.
Want anything else?
What do you mean?
I already got it in the Kart on Acceleration Kart Racing's online store, bro. All orders over $200 get free shipping.
Oh, throw in a set of tires.
Done.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free on orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Shop AKR.com.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Parallel USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parallel Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParalleluSA.com.
Dude, it fucking sucks because, hey, as I'm going on. Quick update for those of you here around the paddock and for those of you watching live at home. A quick update in the schedule. Your 206 heavy class that I believe, unfortunately, is down at 2 after Nick Miller, Benton Axel, and won't be able to continue here this weekend. Will be out of contention here today, so he's not going to be racing, I believe, for the remainder of the weekend. But for everybody else, there will be a little bit of a break in our schedule here with the 206 heavies not going out on their own. They're going out in the 206 Junior time slot now, which is slated to start later on in the day at around 2:29 for their first heat race. So we have a little bit of a break before we go into KA100 Junior action at about 1:53 p.m. local time. So that's 2:53 Eastern time for those of you watching on. So just a quick update. We'll quiet on the airwaves, play some music for you all at home, and we'll be right back with more racing action with KA100 Junior coming up in about 10 minutes time, I should say.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself, quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Are you looking for an advantage in your competition? Well, Car Class has done the hard work for you. We've traveled to your racetracks to give you the inside knowledge. So what does Car Class offer? We've got drone footage that captures the racing lines, visual markers for your braking points, acceleration zones, and the best overtake opportunities on your racetrack, pedal cam to show you where to brake and when to accelerate, and 360-degree footage to make sure you don't miss any parts on the racetrack. We've covered 13 racetracks in the United States, and Australia, you're up next. So visit carclass.com to get your track information.
So you will finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're going to need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com. They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rib protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next? Well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
Welcome to Rimrock Raceway, the premier karting facility and motorsport-themed venue in West Texas. While you're at the track, be sure to stop into Victory Lane and enjoy our full-service bar and event center. We have live music and entertainment weekly, along with Texas's fastest go-karts available to the public. Located on West Highway 80 in Odessa, get your adrenaline pumping at Rimrock Raceway and live life full throttle.
So you will finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're gonna need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com. They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rib protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next, well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200 from Acceleration Kart Racing's website?
That's because AKR gives you free shipping on orders of $200 or more within the continental US.
Okay, but I thought you were just getting a pair of gloves. That's what, 70 bucks?
But if I'm getting a new pair of gloves, I might as well get a new pair of shoes to match. And then on top of that, I'll get a neck brace because with the shipping, it's basically free.
Yeah, I do not think the math checks out on that.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free for orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Spend responsibly. Shop akr.com.
If you want to see a giant selection of beautiful new dining room tables, chairs, servers, come out to Gallery Furniture, see with the latest and greatest dining room furniture. Best of all, buy this dining room furniture today, solid wood. Gallery Furniture delivers free to your Houston area home today.
Brandon, why are there all these charges? I need a new 219 chain. I need a 77 tooth wrist sprocket. I need some more chain lube, and I need it probably as soon as like tomorrow. Dude, are you even listening? Like, we need this to run this weekend.
Want anything else?
What do you mean?
I already got it in the car on Acceleration Kart Racing's online store, bro. All orders over $200 get free shipping.
Oh, throw in a set of tires.
Done.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free on orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Shop akr.com.
you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Carolyn USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parolin Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParolinUSA.com.
Track now, your KA100 Juniors get set to go green for their first of their heat races, presented by P1 Engine. Sebastian Garzone, Tyler Roberts starting on the front row. Nathan Golseth and Santiago Duran on row number 2. Jackson Baldwin and David Ibarra on row number 3. Tyron Kemper Jr. and Juanjo Paramo on row 4. Luke Cruz and Mason Berry on row number 5. Huvan Banu on row number 6 alongside Easton Cox. You go back to row number 7 with Hamza Ambar and Hector Iturriaga.
And on row 8 is Amelia Gus Wonderley and Aldo Iturriaga. And then on row 9, Carson Berry, Jackson Young. Row 10, Gage Bailey and Donovan Carrion.
You go back to the last couple of drivers getting set to go green here. Jeremiah Thomas, Brandon Ledwig, Donovan Carrion, and Gage Bailey, unfortunately, not here this weekend. So still, I guess, all in the start box. But green flag is out now, and we are racing. Garzone with a good start. There goes Golseth, able to get through. 3 wide further back in the field, and everybody's able to cycle their way through. And you see how the inside line kind of played out. Golseth was able to get up to second. Ibarra going side by side with Durant stuck on the outside. Going to lose a spot. One driver into the tire barriers there. Not sure who that was, but big impact there for one driver off the racetrack here. And we'll hope he's all right. And looks to be in a little bit of discomfort, but is okay. Race still going on. Tyler Roberts on the inside there of Golseth. They go side by side, and Golseth able to stay ahead. Ibarra gets through, and Roberts kind of looked to get ahead of Golseth there, but just couldn't get it done. And they lost a lot of time there to Sebastian Garzone and the Red Speed machine. So gonna have to get back on it here. We'll see if Ibarra decides to push. Roberts wants to go though. On the inside to the bottom. He's able to get clear. Sideways almost. Kemper looks to go through. Ibarra gets through. And Luke Cruz, unfortunately, got the bad end of the stick there and lost a couple of spots. Yellow flags, no passing, and Ibarra didn't see it. So that could be a post-race there for David Ibarra if he didn't see those double yellow flags waving there. Again, you can't pass under yellow, and Ibarra did, unfortunately, so that'll be something to look out for here at the end of the race. Side by side, further back, though, Baldus going side by side there with Mason Berry. Baldus able to get back through, and single foul now. As there goes Juanjo Paramo on the inside, looks to get 2 for 1. Side by side, not going to work. As there goes Hamza Anbar. Everybody going side by side, everybody fighting. Elbows are definitely out here 1 lap into this race.
Berry got moved a little bit through a hand up, wasn't happy about that. You can see that Garzone had a perfect start. He had a Golseth and Roberts fighting behind, so he ended up getting a huge gap, about a 0.8 second gap. We'll see, and there's more fighting happening behind. You have Berry trying to get positions down. I think Garzone, no, not Garzone, now down to the inside, and Berry goes back around. Jose Paramo, my mistake.
Yeah, Juanjo Paramo was there, caught up in that group with Baldus and a couple of others, so that was further back in the field. As you look further up, everybody single file line, and nobody gave each other any bit of real estate at the start of this race. Everybody wanted to fight. Everybody took the fight to each other, but when you look back up to the front, Nathan Golseth closing in on the rear bumper here of Sebastian Garzone. And the gap closing for sure here. Roberts sets the fastest lap of the race right behind Golseth. So this is all starting to play out, and everybody kind of fighting for whatever bit that they can get. So we'll keep a look here on Nathan Golseth as they continue to work their way around here, Rocco.
Yeah, you can see them making a lot of headway here towards Garzone. So is Santiago Duran. You can see him slightly out of frame. He just pops in right there, right behind your top 3. And further back, there's Kemper Jr. and Ibarra. So your top 3 leaders kind of in their own pack right now with Duran closely behind. As you can see, Roberts just now getting to the back of Golseth. Is Golseth going to make a move or not? We shall see. As you see, Roberts down to the inside of Nathan Golseth for P2 decides to follow through with Roberts, and now they have to work back up to that lead as Santiago Duran catches up to the back of your second and third place drivers down through turn 2 for the next time. We have about half of this race left to go, and there are going to be no moves into turn 3 as of right now. And your top 4 is Garzone, Roberts, Golseth, and Duran.
Yeah, everybody's single file line. Roberts there right behind, and he does have a lot of pace. Was about 0.3 of a second quicker than Garzone the last time around. He holds the fastest lap of the race with a 51.271. So look for Roberts. He definitely didn't waste any time behind anybody else, and I don't expect him to waste any time behind Sebastian Garzone. We'll see what he can do here. Not going to fade here. His favorite passing zone has definitely been the second to last hairpin, so look for Roberts to go here. Not close enough. Going to decide to wait. And he goes now. Last corner, Roberts to the point.
Yep, that was a good move from Roberts there. He really likes making overtakes in that in those 2 hairpins there at the end of the lap. So Garzone now, if he's going to push together with Roberts, we'll see if he pulls out or not. He does. Back down to the inside goes Garzone on Roberts, and now with that overtake. Golseth and Duran are catching back up. The top 4 are still all nose to tail coming through the 4 and 5 corners. Still, it was Garzone, and we'll see if there are any moves coming through here. I mean, as you said, it is kind of a, it's not really a corner here. It's more of just a kink, and then nobody should be overtaking into the bowl, so there's no moves there. And as you see now, we have Roberts coming back on now his favorite part of the track. Will he make a move or just sit there? He didn't make it there last lap. We'll see if he does it, and he does it again. Roberts back up to the lead.
Yeah, I was about to say spoiler alert there. I bet he's going to go in the last corner, and Garzone there points forward to Tyler Roberts. Golseth right behind them as well with a lot of pace. 51.603. Golseth the fastest of the pair, or I should say of the trio in that group, but fastest lap belongs there to David Ibarra. And it looked like Roberts going to start to defend. Went to the middle of the racetrack side by side now. Everybody's going to get stacked and packed here if Roberts continues to defend. Garzone looks to the bottom. He's able to get through in the left-hander. Golseth looks to go through as well. They go side by side. Nobody able to get through single file now, but again, another change for the lead. Garzone goes back to the front, and we'll see if Garzone wants to block or wants to continue to keep his racing line, because, for the likes of Roberts, he's passing him almost every other corner, so we'll see what Garzone ends up doing here. Duran looking on the inside there, Golseth. Duran's able to get through. Roberts staying in line, not going to pass. Ibarra making moves as well further back. He's able to get through on Tyrone Kemper Jr., so Ibarra is up to 5th now.
Yeah, the top 2 breaking away. It's now 3 groups of 2. We'll see if Roberts tries to make another move. Right now, it's at the point we're closing this. We're at the closing stages of this race, so he definitely wants to make a move, but at the same time, he would try not to. As you can see, I think Nathan Golseth just dropped the tire, and he got caught up by Ibarra and Tyrone Kemper Jr. Your leaders, though, Garzone and Roberts still nose to tail, and Duran now into P3, making up positions very well.
Yeah, doing a good job so far for Sanchi Duran, and further back as well, Golseth lost the spot in the process of dropping that tire. Kemper got through, and so did David Ibarra. So a mistake like that definitely not what is going to benefit you here running against the likes of these drivers. So for everybody else, single file line, 2.6 in the air, 2 laps to go, 8 laps in, just 2 more to go. And Roberts, let's see if he decides to fade low on Garzone. Garzone still pointing forward, 108 on the fight. Roberts gonna listen here and gonna work with Garzone. Duran as well, not too far back, who's had really good pace, a 51.237 for Santi Duran, and everybody else as well, putting in some really good lap times. So single file line, but we've seen Roberts kind of go for the move, and we'll see if he's gonna want to have control of this race when we get to the white flag.
Duran's struggling a little bit just to close that gap up to Roberts, though, to make an overtake. So he's safe right now in the 3rd place position. The group behind is kind of fading back, so if they don't spend too much time fighting up in front, they probably won't be caught by that group behind them. So we'll see as we come to the white flag now, with Garzone still leading this race. Tyler Roberts really close behind, pushing. He'll probably wait until the final 2 corners to make a move, unless he gets a good run out of here. We'll see as Garzone goes to the middle of the track, down to the inside to defend. And you have Duran trying to fade higher than Roberts to try to get a move. He's right back up in there with them.
Yeah, Garzone has a lot of experience. No way he was going to leave the door open there in turn number 3 and let Tyler Roberts get a chance to even go on him and potentially lose the first of the heat races here. But Garzone still lapping around. Roberts may have some help here from Duran to try and get through. Lower line for Garzone that time by into both of the corners. Roberts going to go side by side into the chicane. Garzone able to hold on to it there. They're going to go side by side here once again. Garzone at the bottom. Roberts looking to follow. Everybody single file line. A move there further back. Golseth looked to go on Ibarra. Not close enough. But that's going to be it. Kemper looking to set up an over-under on Duran. And he was close enough. Garzone wins the first of the heat races. Roberts in second. Kemper third. Sanchi Duran rounds up your top 4. And David Ibarra, your top 5.
Cruz in 6th place with Baldus in 7th. Nathan Golseth with an unfortunate heat to finish in 8th. Paramo 9th. Barry 10th. Anbar 11th. Barry 12th. Itiraga 13th. Cox 14th. And Itiraga 15th.
You go back to Miligus Wonderland, Jeremiah Thomas. The rest of your field here in this KA100 Junior class was by P1 Engines. Pickup getting set to come our way here shortly after one driver not able to make it around for the first lap, and I would believe that was Bhuvan Banu, unfortunately not able to get going. So that's going to be it for your KA100 Juniors. When we come back, more racing action getting set to come your way, starting with your 206 Seniors.
Colin, I need a new 219 chain. I need a 77 tooth sprocket. I need some more chain lube, and I need it probably as soon as like tomorrow. Dude, are you even listening? Like, we need this to run this weekend.
Want anything else?
What do you mean?
I already got it in the Karting Acceleration Kart Racing's online store, bro. All orders over $200 get free shipping.
Oh, throw in a set of tires.
Done.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free on orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Shop AKR.com.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Parallel USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parallel Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParallelinUSA.com.
Welcome back. Your 206 seniors working their way out onto the racetrack now. Let's run you down your starting lineup. It's an all-MGM lockout to the front row. Kelvin Zing and Bryce Frank on row number 1. Cameron Reed and Jacob Oliver, row number 2. Reagan Seville, Carter Kilgo, row number 3.
On row 4, it'll be Jensen Harrell and Ian Columbus. Row 5 is Bamru and Long. And on row 6, it is Alvarez del Castillo and Kraus. Row 7 is Braden Oaks. Row 8, McLeod and Dorenbaum. And then row 9, Stein and Chappell. And I think Chappell's not here this weekend. And Noah Murphy says starting on the back of the grid.
Yeah, starting at the tail end of the field here for Noah Murphy. Could have been something post-tech, if I'm not mistaken. So that could be something to look out for here, and look for that driver to work his way up the field as we get set to go green. And AR Academy lockout on the front row here, Rocco.
Yeah, we got a bit of a wave from Cameron Reed there, I think, to the camera, which is cool. So we'll see what our front row drivers can do. I mean, they were working together pretty well, so Bryce is definitely going to try and slot into that second place position off the start. He's got Jacob Oliver behind him. Hopefully he gives him a big push. We'll see as they come to the green flag now with Kelvin Zing, our pace setter. Everybody else queuing up right behind him. We'll see. They're going very slow compared to some of the other classes. They're rolling very slow. Probably 206 likes to roll slow because of the way the clutch is engaged, and we get the green. So Kelvin Zing gets a good start, and so does Bryce Frank, trying to hold it around the outside of Cameron Reed. Everybody going very cleanly through the first 3 corners, and Bryce Frank actually gets the run around the outside of Kelvin Zing. He's going to be caught on the outside now with Jacob Oliver trying to push Bryce Frank through, but Kelvin around the outside of Bryce Frank goes all the way up into the lead with Cameron Reed following into P3 further back. I think Reagan Seville got up into that 4th place position with Jacob Oliver falling back to 5th.
And they almost stayed within their tram lines all the way to kind of the 4th and 5th corner here, and it played out well for some of them. It was side-by-side contact for others, so definitely something to look out for here nonetheless. But it was that was a close one. Everybody able to make it through, though. Seville able to get ahead of Cameron Reed that time around.
Yeah, Seville, a veteran of 206, but a rookie in this class. We'll see what he can do, if he can catch up to Bryce Frank or not, with the help of Reed and Oliver. Further back, they're fighting as the driver puts 2 wheels through the dirt, trying to get an overtake. Kelvin Zing, though, putting a big gap on Bryce Frank right now. I mean, he has no help in front or behind, pretty much. So he'll be caught most likely by Reagan Seville in behind. And hopefully work their way forward. So on your screen now, that's Reagan Seville and Cameron Reed working together quite nicely.
Yeah, definitely working together nicely for Reagan Seville as well, the 7-time Texas Sprint Racing Series champion across cadet and junior categories, and looks to go one better here in senior in his rookie season. Has definitely had some good showings, but the two drivers right ahead of him, the AR Academy drivers, have been really quick all weekend long, and some say Reagan Seville actually told me they were the drivers to beat yesterday. So let's see if Reed and Seville can work together nicely and try and close down their gaps to the two MGMs right ahead of them.
Yeah, and they seem to be pulling a gap on Jacob Oliver too, so I wonder if Jacob is struggling for pace because he was on the bumper last time by, and now he's getting caught up by Kilgo and Herrick behind as they come through into turn 3. Reagan Seville is now on the bumper of Bryce Frank. He takes a look over his shoulder to see that they've caught up, so we'll see if Bryce tries to put a cart between him and Reagan or work together with Kelvin Singh. So he's caught up to the front, or to the back, I should say, of Kelvin now. So it is turning into a group of 4 up ahead. Jacob Oliver is trying to get caught by that group behind. That'll probably turn into a train that'll try to work together and catch up to this lead if they start fighting. We have about 3.5 minutes left to go now with Kelvin still your leader, coming through the last 2 hairpins before we get our next lap around. They're still all single file. Any overtakes? No. They're all going to probably work together and wait for those 2 sticks.
Yeah, everybody's still kind of working together, single file line, and the lap times look relatively close for a couple of these drivers here. Fastest lap of the race went to Sevilla, 56.365. The 2 drivers right ahead of him in Zing and Frank, 56.5 and a 56.4. So they're closing down just a little bit. The likes of Oliver and Kilgo still a little bit ways back, but still looking to close down their gaps as well. And it's getting really close nonetheless here as everybody else kind of single file line. And for Frank, still pushing Kelvin Zing along as they're able to work their way through. But the gap opening up here once again. Looks like Frank and Zing on an absolute flyer here this time around, Rocco.
Yeah, and you can see it's really good to see how they work together. You saw Kelvin Zing pull a little bit of a tighter line than Bryce. Bryce was more focusing on that exit so he can really get to the bumper of Kelvin Zing and help push, because there's one thing where you can be behind somebody, but if you don't have the exit speed to push them, you're not really doing much help there. So working together quite nice. You see Bryce look a little bit down to the inside, which is interesting. He might be ready to go and get ahead of Kelvin, and it doesn't mean that he's trying to run away, but maybe he just wants to swap the order and see if they're faster with him leading out in front. They seem to be pulling a little bit of a gap between them and Reagan Seville and Cameron Reed there. I don't know if there's a little bit of a mistake last time in the previous lap. We'll see. I mean, I just don't know, but now you can see the gap opening a lot. So if they can't catch back up, they only have 2 minutes to do it.
Yeah, only have 2 minutes left on this race, so they definitely have to get a move on if they want to close down their gap there to the rest of the field. And you see Reed and Seville kind of work together here and try and close down their gap, but kind of not able to close down for now. The gap's further back. Jensen Harrow able to get ahead of Jacob Oliver there further back in the field, and a couple of the TB carts there further back as well. Blaze Dornbaum looking to work his way up the field as well, but everybody kind of just struggling and gaggled up at the moment. As there you see Kilgo, Harrell, and Oliver right behind him, and kind of surprising for Oliver here in this one. Just doesn't have the same pace as his teammate in Reagan Seville so far, Rocco.
Yeah, I mean, he started way further up than his position right now. It must have just been some sort of setup gremlin or whatnot, because he's fading back quite a lot. He's even struggling to keep up to the back of these two here. As I say that, though, he seems to be pulling a little bit now back up to Harrell, so maybe he still has some pace to fight for 5th place, but up ahead, your 2 groups of leaders now are still evenly spread out. So Reagan Seville and Cameron Reed aren't making that much progress up to your top 2. It's staying about at the same gap as it has for the previous 2 to 3 laps. We got 30 seconds left, so we're probably going to have 3 laps to go this time by. Yeah, you can see the gap between your top 4. Bryce Frank and Kelvin Zing are very close, tight together. They're pushing at all times on the straightaways, while Seville and Reed are a little bit separated, so they're not getting the full benefit of running in a train like these 2 up in front are. But even then, they're still gapping everybody else from 5th on back. So though it's just Heat 1, you don't need to risk too much. This is a great position to be in, so I wouldn't fight too hard if I were in the top 4 positions now, because it's a pretty easy haul of points for this Heat 1.
Yeah, definitely a very good points haul for both of these drivers as they get there closer to the end. And I'm sure everybody looking on from the fence line, and you know, I really wouldn't be expecting these two drivers to kind of fight. And as I say that, I'm going to eat my words here. Bryce Frank on the inside there at Kelvin Zing with 2 laps to go. They're going to switch it around, and both kind of in, I guess, in unison. Look back, see where Reagan Seville is, further back in the 3rd spot. A couple of car lengths in between them. Not close enough for Seville, who doesn't really have a push from behind with Cameron Reed, and they're going to get it now, close down that gap a lot more in turn number 3.
Yeah, you saw what kind of gap they had the previous lap, and just on one overtake now, you have your 3rd and 4th place drivers just sucking up to the back of your top 2 here. And as they come through this infield sweeping left-hander, the gap opened up just a little bit. We'll see what it looks like as they pass by our screen. It's still opening up, so your top 2 working together in unison right now and really pulling away from your 3rd and 4th place drivers.
Yeah, definitely pulling away now for all these drivers as they look to work their way through, and the gap just at under half a car length here. So we'll see what it looks for them, and not close enough for Seville. I believe his best run is going to be in a turn number 3, but we'll see what these drivers decide to do. White flag was in the air last time around. The 2 MGMs working together quite nicely, and the gap opens up. You see a lot throughout that right-hander section. I don't know if it's just a difference in the grip or what it could be, but I mean, it looks like those 2 MGMs kind of working quite nicely on that double right-hander there, Rocco.
Yeah, when you see in the braking zones, it seems like Reagan Seville is able to kind of work these corners a little bit better, but the exit, you see Bryce Frank and Kelvin Zing pull away. Right now, what he needs is for Kelvin to try and go down the inside of Bryce Frank to slow them down. Bryce points forward and gets no response from Kelvin Zing, so I wonder what he's thinking. I mean, it wouldn't be stupid to sit in second, but it also would be in his favor to go to the lead and get extra points here.
Yeah, this is it. The last couple of corners, Seville not close enough to attempt to move. Zing not going to think about it either, and he doesn't. Seville thought about it, though, went to the inside, wasn't close enough to get it done. Checkered flag in the air. Bryce Frank wins heat race number 1. Kelvin Zing in 2nd, Reagan Seville 3rd, Cameron Reed crosses the line 4th, Carter Kilgo runs up your top 5.
Harrell in 6th with Oliver falling back to 7th, but thankfully it wasn't too much. Bamru in 8th place, Braden 9th, Alvarez del Castillo in your top 10th place. Noah Murphy made up a few positions ago, 11th, Ian Columbus in 12th, Long 13th, Dorenbaum 14th, and Kraus top 15.
So that was it. And then further back, Gabriel McLeod, Hunter Stein, and Jacob Oakes rounds up your field here into 06 Senior. In a couple of moments' time, KA100 Masters will work their way out onto the racetrack.
Is for just over $200 from Acceleration Kart Racing's website.
That's because AKR gives you free shipping on orders of $200 or more within the continental US.
Okay, but I thought you were just getting a pair of gloves. That's what, 70 bucks?
But if I'm getting a new pair of gloves, I might as well get a new pair of shoes to match. And then on top of that, I'll get a neck brace because with the shipping, it's basically free.
Yeah, I do not think the math checks out on that.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free for orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Spend responsibly. Shop AKR.com.
If you want to see a giant selection of beautiful new dining room tables, chairs, servers, come out to Gallery Furniture to see with the latest and greatest dining room furniture. Best of all, buy this dining room furniture today, solid wood. Gallery Furniture delivers free to your Houston area home.
We get set to go green here with your KA100 Masters. Martin Stone and Kyle Walter starting on row number 1. Row number 2 with Pierce Baldus and Evan Kozak.
Row 3 it is Harper and Mir. Row 4 Stupe and Pregande. Row 5 is Rogers and Miller. On row 6 it's Caligaro and Faulkner. Then on row 7 it's Anna Kozak and Wright. Then Udain Din and win on row 8. Gasper and Hutchins on 9th. And we're green.
Race has officially started. Martin Stone with a good start. Side by side there throughout the field. Nonetheless, Walter and Baldus went side by side there as Miguel Mir looks to go through as well. And Brent Harper not able to get it done. And they're going side by side there further back in the field. And Martin Stone with a good start so far, but it definitely has pressure from behind. Kyle Walter not too far off.
Yeah, Kyle Walter, as you said, getting really close there, but behind him is Baldus, and he's also, putting pressure on Walter right now. It's the beginning of the race, so we'll see if they try and work together. These Masters, they have so much experience, and they're really thinking about the long run of the race. They still have 5 minutes, even though that's short. It's the very opening stages of this race, so they should probably put a gap to everybody behind. But also, as I say that, they really need to work together and get towards the front, because Stone is kind of pulling a slight gap on Walter right now.
Yeah, Stone has a very good gap here at the moment. Further back to Kyle Walter and Pierce Baldus, the two high-five racing machines, looking to close down their gap to the Flying Brit here out in front. But what a gap there! It definitely got closed down a lot. Kyle Walter able to close down his gap there throughout that straightaway in the middle of the racetrack, and they got it done. There's Baldus wanting to switch positions on the inside. He's able to get clear. Baldus is up to second.
Yeah, Baldus was pushing him up there, and they were working together quite nicely. You see the 413, that's Harper getting down the inside of Kozak there for P4. So Harper up into P4 now is going to work for it. As you see there, Miguel Mir on the back of Kozak now. He's going to try and work for it on Kozak. So up in front, Stone pulled a little bit of a gap now on Baldus after that overtake on Walter. So they're going to try and work together to catch back up to Stone. As you see Mir now still hanging behind Kozak, and no overtakes through this infield left-hand sweeper. So you see Baldus now pulled a little bit of a gap on Walter now as well.
Yeah, just a little bit of a couple of gaps here going on for a couple of these drivers out on the racetrack. Martin Stone, that it almost seems like an accordion effect here. Opens up, closes back down, then opens up again throughout a couple of the corners, but we'll see what Baldus can do as he tries to take the fight up to Martin Stone, and they continue to lap around. Nothing able to I guess, be made of it so far for a couple of these drivers out there on the racetrack.
Yeah, and Martin Stone really pulling away now, it's about a half-second gap when we're across the line, and it seems like that on screen too. So Baldus and Walter with a bit of a gap to Harper behind. So Harper making up positions right now. We'll see if Harper can catch up to the back of Walter. Not too crazy of a race. So far, there hasn't been too many overtakes as of yet. We're still about halfway. We got 3 minutes left to go, plus 2 laps, so it'll definitely kick off at some point. But right now, everybody's waiting, and they're waiting for the right time to make their move, because they're still up there with the lead. Right now, it's not a time to slow each other down and just lose the lead for no reason. As Harper, now you can see him, he's right on the bumper there of Walter coming out of the final corner. So Harper looking over his shoulder, a little bit worried about, Walter looking over his shoulder on Harper. So definitely making some ground there. And Kozak also still comfortable sitting in 5th place.
Yeah, a couple of these drivers kind of happy where they are here at the moment, but still lapping around and doing a good job of it. Moved there by Caligaro able to get through there. Neil Faulkner, and they're still fighting there further back in the field. But again, you say it's been a pretty tame race, and again, these are the veterans of the sport, the older drivers, but these drivers still have a lot of pace, a lot of pace and a lot of quality within their racing. And funny enough, a lot of people ask what should be the requirements to race Masters, and funny enough, a while ago we had a comment on one of our Facebook posts saying that, well, in order to race Masters, you need to be racing out of the back of your truck, no mechanic, you need a wrench on your own, you need to be divorced with 2 kids that are out of high school now, and be on your 2nd marriage, maybe even your 3rd marriage and whatnot. So for some of these drivers, that definitely doesn't apply, but it could be something that could apply at some point, right? Yeah, I could open the rule book, get race directors behind it. So that's just something that goes around on Facebook. I love Facebook, man. What a great app to spread misinformation, don't you think, Rocco?
Yeah, Xander has a lot to do in 4 years. Like I tell you what. But yeah, so you can see now.
It's funny.
Harper. You can see now Harper is sitting there pretty right behind Walter in P4. He's losing a bit of a gap now to Baldus. So Baldus kind of in his own space now as well. And as we're coming down to A minute left to go in this race, so still pretty tame. As Harper now down the inside of Walter. He's been sitting on that overtake for about 2 laps now, being real patient, and that's how the Masters usually race, a lot of patience. These drivers have been around enough to know what and what not to do, and Harper proved that perfectly.
Yeah, he was really patient there, sat there and kind of bided his time, learned a little bit there from Kyle Walter, and when it was time to go, it's time to pull the trigger, and you got to go and make the move. So that's exactly what Harper did there, as he was able to get through for Kozak there right behind Walter now. So we'll see what Kozak can do in that group. Pergande's not too far off the rear bumper of Miguel Mir as well. So that'll be something to look out for here in a couple of laps time here as well. So we'll see what those drivers can do as they work their way through, and we're just about to run out of time, and I think they're going to get 3 laps to go this time by when they cross the stripe.
Yeah, and 3 laps to go, and your leader, Martin Stone, seems to be pulling about a second gap now on the rest of the field, with Baldus also pulling pretty hard on Harper. Harper about half a second back on Baldus, but the leaders, while they're spread out, your fight now on screen with Pergande, Mir, Kozak, it's pretty close still, so they might pop off in these next few laps. Pergande, and he isn't close enough for the overtake yet, neither is Mir on Kozak, so it's a pretty tame race, as I've said. I mean, not too many overtakes have been going on. Harper is actually catching Baldus quite a bit. I saw him look over his shoulder there. Yeah, look, see, Harper is right on the back of Baldus, so we might even have a fight for P2 here.
Yeah, and as the race kind of progresses, well, Martin Stone has been able to pull away from Pierce Baldus, and that's allowed Harper to kind of close down his gap as well in his Kart Republic machine, racing under the DKC garage here this weekend, 2.6 in the air. We'll see what Harper wants to do. He definitely looks like he's going to want to get a move on here shortly on Pierce Baldus. Closes down the gap on this straightaway on the inside, and in turn number 3, Harper is able to get clear. He's up to second. Baldus looking to set up an over-under. They're going to go side by side. Here you see Baldus looking back. They don't want to waste too much time fighting and allow more drivers to get into the mix.
Yeah, but Baldus, at the same time, we have 1 more lap to go when they get back to the line, so he's definitely going to want to try and get that second place position back. Right now, you have Harper, who has been making up plenty of positions in this race. A very good Heat 1 coming from Harper. Further back, your top, no, not your top 4. That group of 4 behind is still fighting pretty hard. There's been no changes for position further back. Only up in the front here with Harper and Baldus.
Yeah, and you saw Baldus there make a little of an adjustment on the needles there whenever he worked his way and ended up getting passed there by Brent Harper. And it seems like it could be something either to do with carburation on his engine or something else related, because he's still either choking the engine when he gets close to the braking zone there, putting his hand over the airbox to kind of choke it, or he's busy on the needles trying to find a good setting that works for him and a setting that gives him just a little bit more of just more juice. You can either rich or lean it out as well. So it could be something to look out for here for Pierce Baldus and something to go back onto the drawing board next time around. But white flag was out, and for the Flying Brit, Martin Stone running away with it here in his Ricky Flynn Motorsports DKC machine into the last couple of corners. Martin Stone has been picture perfect so far in this race. Got to lead, didn't look back. He's going to take away heat race number 1.
And Harper coming through with second place, Baldus in third, Walter fourth, Kozak fifth, Mir sixth, Brigande seventh. You have Caligaro in eighth place, Rogers ninth, and your top 10 is Doug Stupe.
Then you go back to Neil Faulkner, Slade Miller, Kogan Wright, Anna Kozak, and Janaid Den. And then you get back to a couple of other drivers as well in this field. Tam Wynn, Jer Gasper, and Keithan Hutchins. Your field here in KA100 Masters presented by High Five Performance. More racing action coming your way here shortly. We'll quiet on the airwaves for just a second because I believe we are ready racing. So we're going to take our second to catch a breath here when we come back. 206 Juniors on the docket next. back. Your 206 juniors out on the racetrack now. Let's run you down your starting grid order here. Nathan Golseth and Chris Tracy on row number 1. Robert Arena and Thomas Smith on row number 2.
Angel and Green on row 3, and then Criddle and Fink on row 4, and then Shelby Ramirez running Shotgun Charlie on row number 5.
And again, let's run you down your starting order if we can with your 206 heavies as well. Madison Knox, Christopher White starting on row number 1, and then Nick Miller starting on his lonesome on row number 2. So that'll be something to look out for here later on as well. Going to be a split start for both of these drivers, and we'll try, if we can, pull up that starting grid for those drivers. But again, this is going to be a very close race in between 206 Junior and your 206 heavies as we get set to go green here shortly. Nathan Golseth, Chris Tracy going to lead us to green, and what's Golseth's first start in 206 racing action at the Tech Spin Racing Series, and I believe first 206 start outside of a club race. So good to see Golseth here, and a lot of pace for him as well, to say the least. So he's definitely the favorite coming into the weekend at his home track. And they get set to go green. Green flag in the air now. A good start for Golseth to the bottom. Arena looking to go through on his teammate. Tracy around the outside, not able to hold on. And everybody kind of trying to find a space on the racetrack there. Smith looks to work through. He does. Angel stuck on the outside. He's going to get passed there by one of the red speeds of what looks to be green. And that was able to get through, and side by side further back in the field. And your 206 heavies as well just started their race with Madison Knox, Christopher White, and Nick Miller further back in the field. One driver there drops a tire through the grass, but single file all the way through, and Knox leads Christopher White and Nick Miller in that heavy race that's further back in the field. But here up front, a couple of battling here. Smith going side by side there with Tracy for a second. Tracy able to stay ahead. Arena and Golseth 1 and 2 at the moment.
Yeah, and Arena, he has his teammate behind him, so if Roberts can catch back up, they'll definitely be working together on Golseth. With this draft, it's much easier to keep up with somebody. Apart from whenever we had that qualifying, you saw how crazy of a gap, or not crazy of a gap, but how Nathan Golseth was able to have almost the similar lap time to those two teammates working together. So it's definitely an advantage to have your teammate, especially when you're there fighting with Nathan Golseth. But I mean, we'll see what they can do, because Nate's definitely not going to let this one go easy.
Yeah, no, definitely not, especially with the pace that he's had so far this weekend in this 206 junior class. And again, for Arena, it's the first time we've seen him back in quite some time. He's had a little bit of hiatus from karting, hasn't been in the kart as much as he'd like, or as much as his father would like. The kid from San Antonio, starting school as well, goes to a private school, an all-boys private school out in San Antonio. So he's had to do that and had to miss the entire month of July from racing action, because he had to go to school every day, or every day throughout the week, for what's their mandatory JROTC program that they have there. So Robert Arena missed some time away from the kart, but he's back now, and we look on to the battle in 206 heavy there for a second, as White and what looked to be Nick Miller were going side by side there, further back in the order. But we look back ahead, Nathan Golseth giving a wave mid-race, so good to see him in good spirits, I guess. Right, Rocco?
Yeah, it's pretty awesome from Nate to see that. Hopefully it doesn't bite him at the end of this race, emoting like that. So we'll see what happens. So Arana and Tracy there still closely following behind. It seems that Tracy sometimes will get really close through the corner, and then I don't know what happens, but there's a huge gap that happened at the very start of the race. Him and Smith trying to work together to catch those top two, but it seems to be a struggle here.
What are the kids saying nowadays? Skippity Sigma, something like that.
Don't.
So I guess that's what that was there for Nathan Golseth. Yeah, I mean, that's what they're doing nowadays, I guess, waving mid-race. So good to see Nathan Golseth out there in the lead of the race. Chris Tracy in third, and everybody else going single fall line. What's another thing that kids nowadays are saying, Rocco?
What, the Sigma?
That's also another one, I guess. So, yeah, I mean, we're not with the trends, that's for sure. But, I mean, whenever we walk around and get our intel around the paddock on the Friday afternoon, that we're, walking around all day, getting intel from everybody, seeing how everybody's doing after the last time we saw them. They always surprise us with something new that's going on the internet or TikTok or Facebook.
Golseth likes to show us brain rot.
Yeah, I guess so. But there you have it. Christopher White goes to the point of the field here in his TB Kart South machine, able to get ahead of Madison Knox and Nick Miller.
Back up to the front of your 206 Junior class. I mean, it's been the same order in your top 4 about the whole start of this race. Still pretty spread out. You see Tyler Roberts kind of go to the inside to cover off Smith from that P3 position. I mean, I would hope they would try to work together still, but you see Smith now pull to the inside, tap his helmet as he goes alongside. So maybe a switch to run position will make them a little bit quicker working together. But up in front, Arana and Golseth are still pulling away here. There's a bit of a gap between them, but Arana will close that up when they get to the next straightaway in the draft. So right now they're working together quite nicely. You see Tyler Roberts try to drive a very wide line to get a good exit. So you can see Smith nodding his head enthusiastically and pointing forward. So he's really eager to move forward. He seems to be pulling away from Tyler Roberts now. So there might be a slight issue with that kart the way he's dropping so fast. So Arana now right back up to the bumper after that straightaway. And these two, third and fourth, starting to kind of separate here. But yeah, still tapping his helmet. I mean, he doesn't have any help now from behind from Roberts. So he should, you know, really just focus on driving forward now as he drops a tire down on the inside of the apex. But he's still going away from Roberts there. So now up in front, Golseth and Arana still stagnant up in front. No moves, not even a fade from Arana. So he's really waiting for those 2 sticks to go.
Yeah, just waiting for the 2 sticks in the air for Robert Arana, and he has a lot of experience in this junior class as well. Used to more of, I guess, a low momentum category compared to Golseth, who runs kind of the 2-stroke side of things, you know, across the nation so far. And as we're talking about this and this gap closing down, Arana able to get down to 57.631, the fastest lap of the race. So we'll see if he decides to go on Golseth or continue to push. I mean, we've seen Arana be super patient time and time again, and I'm expecting a little bit of the same this time around, Brocco.
Yeah, and I mean, when you see this happen, or how it plays out when you decide to really, you know, put apart your differences and not worry about who's faster and who should lead, and you just stick to the plan and work together. I mean, they've absolutely dropped the drivers behind as we get another wave from Golseth coming down the back straight. So, I mean, I hope it doesn't. I hope Arana doesn't think, oh, I'm really going to put one on this kid now after he was waving as he's leading me around. So, I mean, Arana, he's definitely going to want to get up to this lead as they're coming to the 2 sticks to go this time by. So it might start to kick off. He might wait for the white flag. We'll see.
Yeah, we'll definitely see how it plays out here. Arana right behind him. Golseth sees. Continue to tell him to keep going. Continue to keep working together. So you see, I guess, a veteran move there by Golseth to continue to tell Arana to work with him and to continue to push him forward. Not close enough for Arana this time around, I don't think. He's a little bit ways back, about half a car length. And he gains it all back here in turn number 3 on the exit of the hairpin. So that's that. But further back, Maui Angela and a couple of other drivers fighting there. Brandon Green kind of in the mix there with a couple of those drivers and going side by side there for a second and still continuing to battle. As now the battle for the lead going to ramp up just a little bit. Arana still on the rear bumper here of Golseth and getting really close this time around. White flag will be in the air this time by Rocco.
Yeah, white flag will be in the air, and Arana will be looking for that P1 position on Golseth. We got a 3rd wave now. That's 3 waves from Golseth. We'll probably have to have a wave counter at some point if he keeps doing it throughout the weekend. White flag now. Arana, he looks over his shoulder to see him right there. He has a big run on this back straight, so if he can just slide down to the inside or even wait for the last 2 hairpins, we'll see what he does. Where has he been studying? So Golseth goes down the inside. He comes back to the middle of the racetrack. Arana follows him in. And they're both going to exit the corner about even. So we'll see what Golseth does. He's going to drive a really tight line so that Arana can't get the inside here. As I say that, he drives a wide line because he put a little bit of a gap now on Arana, and he seems to be pulling away slightly.
Yeah, it's one of the most difficult places to pass here on the racetrack. So going to be you know, hard for Arana to try a move there. And the closest shot he's going to have here on the rest of the racetrack is either going to be in one of the 2 last hairpins, and Golseth knows it. Arana's on his rear bumper, so we'll see if Arana's close enough to attempt to move. Golseth moves to the bottom, going to fend off Arana. If he can hold on to the outside, maybe can set up an over-under. Going to be a drag race all the way to the line. Golseth goes low again. 3 waves and a goodbye for Nathan Golseth. He wins heat race number 1 in 206 Junior. Further back in the field, Madison Knox has retaken the lead of the 206 heavy race. Christopher White fell back to the 2nd spot. Nick Miller in the 3rd spot here. single file line, and they've been super close as Miller looks now to the bottom of the racetrack on Christopher White, who looks to set up an over-under. Can he get it done? And not close enough for Nick Miller, I don't think, to get the move done. And he did get it done, sorry. Nick Miller able to get clear on Christopher White, who finishes third. So that's your field there. Golseth wins. Reina second. Thomas Smith third. Tracy fourth. Brandon Green in fifth. Maui Angel sixth. Shelby Ramirez seventh. You go back to Lucas Fink in eighth. Weston Criddle ninth. Madison Knox won the 206 heavy race. Nick Miller and Christopher White second and third respectively. So that was it for those two races at once. So a good showing for them, to say the least. More racing action coming your way here in a couple of moments' time.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself, quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Are you looking for an advantage in your competition? Well, Car Class has done the hard work for you. We've traveled to your racetracks to give you the inside knowledge. So what does Car Class offer? We've got drone footage that captures the racing lines, visual markers for your braking points, acceleration zones, and the best overtake opportunities on your racetrack, pedal cam to show you where to brake and when to accelerate, and 360-degree footage to make sure you don't miss any parts on the racetrack. We've covered 13 racetracks in the United States, and Australia, you're up next. So visit carclass.com to get your track information.
Welcome back as we get set to go green with our shifters here now. Jordan Musser and Nozar starting on the front row. On row number 2, Vincent Cassard and Nicholas Buell.
On row 3, it is Mendez and Trolio. On row 4, it is Proctor and Mossy. On row 5, it'll be Reed and Clenard. And on row 6, Shotgun Charlie, it'll be Alvarez del Castillo.
So that's your field here in shifters. So those drivers are going to look to work their way through. Jordan Musser had a lot of pace in his qualifying session, as well as everybody else in the field having pretty good showings, to say the least. So a couple of drivers looking to take the fight up to Jordan Musser. So we'll see what a couple of them can do here in this race. But again, for Musser, his definitely been the driver to beat so far in this one, as we're going to line him up to get going here for the first of our shifter starts of the weekend, and hope that everybody can make it around nice. Flagman or Sendo on the, I guess, front straight, you could say. I'm going to line them all up here and get them ready to go green again. No tram lines on this back section. It is a safer way to start the races on this section of the racetrack, but visors down, and we are green and racing. Full shot so far for Jordan Musser. Vincent Cassard able to get through. Noah Zars falls back to the 3rd spot. Everybody else able to work their way through. Reed had a good start. Luis Mendez works up to 4th. Zars not wasting any time on Cassard. They're going to go side by side. Lose some time to Jordan Musser out ahead. So they're going to lose a little bit of time there. But again, trying to close down his gap now for Vincent Cassard, and trying to get up there and take the fight to Jordan Musser. Unfortunately for Cassard, had an unbeaten left front tire at the start of the qualifying session. Couldn't get it beaten in time. So he did the entire quali with an unbeaten front left tire, and it didn't help him out at all. He was definitely behind the 8 ball, so he thinks he can take the fight up to Jordan Musser here in this one, and we'll see what he can do. He looks pretty close, to say the least. So we'll see if he can close on his gap even more. But again, Cassard, a driver who was inside of the top 5 at Supernats last year. He's been the class of the field so far this year, but Jordan Musser as well finished 2nd at Supernats at the end of the year last year, back in November, right behind multiple-time world champion Davide Flores. So it's definitely been something to look out for here for Jordan Musser, who has a lot of pace so far, local to Dallas, Texas area, and he's done a good job so far to keep everybody else at bay. But the Burrell Art machine and the CRG machine going to go at it here in a couple of moments' time.
Yeah, Vincent Cassard definitely looking racy from the drop of the green. You saw him take off like a rocket ship, almost like pushing Musser through turn 1 past Zarsk. But as we get through turn 3, Cassard's still making a lot of headway on Musser now. As we go further back for 4th and 5th, I think that is Zarsk. No, that is
Mendez.
That is Mendez and Bowie in 4th and 5th. So yeah, that's another very close battle we have on the racetrack as they come into the bowl, and I mean they park it real deep going into that corner. It's probably the deepest braking zone they have on the track because it's just such a long straight going into that corner. So now still no changes for position here. They still seem to be following single file. As you see, Mendez there had a bit of a oversteer coming through the corner and didn't lose too much time to Booty behind. So yeah, still 4th and 5th.
Again, that front fairing here for Mendez looks a little loose there, kind of bouncing around there. So Boulay able to get ahead that time around and able to get through on Mendez. So Boulay's able to get clear. He's up into the top 4 now. Everybody else still further back in the field. Derek Proctor there in 7th for the High 5 team as well. Dominic Trolio in 6th, and Boulay up to the 4th spot now, and that'll populate as soon as they cross the stripe. But again, hearing from the likes of Vincent Cassard, hearing from the likes of Jordan Musser, a very physical racetrack that has some bumps to it, add some characteristics to it as well. And if you follow around and kind of look closely here to them kind of bouncing around, you get a lot of G-forces on what in a single speed category is flat out. There's a bump here right at this braking zone that kind of either sets you out of your rhythm, and this as well. This section super physical. The double left-hander here, a lot of G-forces as it all pushes you to the right-hand side of the kart while you're trying to turn to the left-hand side to make the corner. So it's physical as well, but I mean, to put it in other words, these guys are absolute badass, to say the least. Rocco.
Yeah, I agree with that statement. You have Cassard. He's kind of fallen. He hasn't been making too much progress in the past 2 laps on Musser. It's been about staying the same gap, the same with Zarsk in 3rd. They're all about evenly spread it out. These 3 drivers here are all drivers who are really good at saving their tires. Especially, we've seen Cassard in recent weekends in the TSRS Racing Series. We've seen him preserve his tires much more than others, and on that final, really be able to pull away with that advantage he has with his tires. So even though he was gaining to Musser, he may have thought that at this point of the race, I'm at P2 and potentially could be P3, but if I can keep my tires much better through the heats and up into the final, I'll be at much more of an advantage to actually win this thing. So he may have been catching, but I mean, maybe thought better of it, or maybe Musser's just pulling away off of pure pace. I mean, I'm not the one in the go-kart, so I don't know. As you have Zarks now pulling up right to the back of Vincent Cassard.
You also bring up, I mean, a really good point as well, right? This could also be the stage of the race where you start to conserve a little bit, start to save a little bit of tire. Musser is still sitting in close to personal best lap times. He's a 10th off of his fastest lap, and you can tell he's still pushing very well. But for Cassard, I mean, you can kind of see where he's probably not pushing as much as Musser could be pushing. He was a little bit, slower than Cassard last time by about 0.3, but that's also the range where you start kind of to save, start to conserve your equipment just a little bit. Cassard made a mistake there, dropped the tire into the dirt. Look back, and Zars as well looking to close down as Cassard goes a little wide there in the bowl. And definitely that's not going to help whenever you want to get slingshotted into the chicane coming up.
Yeah, especially where all that grip is in the bottom of the corner. If you go up, you're not going to have any grip up there. That's where all the marbles are. And Zarsk now, after that mistake, seems to be gaining rapidly on the back of Vincent Cassard. So he could potentially be put up into P2. And Cassard's further behind P3. There isn't really anybody too close. They're about 2 seconds through 3 seconds behind of Zarsk. So, I mean, even now, he shouldn't be... I mean, I wonder if he's really still worried about losing that second place position. He's probably still focused on his tires. Musser, though, pulling really far from the rest of these guys. I wonder if he'll have... I wonder what his tire situation will be like at the end of this weekend, Caleb.
Yeah, no, for sure. It's definitely going to challenge all these drivers to a certain extent. But again, for the likes of Cassard and Musser, who have done this for a very long time and fought it out, definitely know what they need to do to keep their equipment under them. And Zars now challenging Vincent Cassard for the second spot. Zars looking to go through, 2.6 in the air that time by. Zars kind of fading high, low, looking for a way around there on Vincent Cassard, not able to get it done for now. And Zars going to stay in line and loses a little bit of time. There looked like he lit up the rears just a little bit too much. Ooh. One driver into the wall, Rod Clenard there. What looked to be a really big impact. Thumbs up, he is okay, but that was scary there for Rod Clenard to find himself on the outside barrier. There, I don't know if an engine seized or what it could have been there for Rod Clenard, and he's out of the go-kart. He is okay, but you saw him kind of catch his breath there for a second. That was very, very scary.
Seemed pretty hard to the wall. He was pretty close to the, it was a pretty big impact. I can't say much else than that. And up in front now on your screen, Musser has been basically flawless all this heat. Cassard managed to pull quite a comfortable gap between him and Zarsk now, so he's comfortably in second place. But Musser now on this final lap is, as I said, flawless. He hasn't put a foot wrong this entire heat, and he's been able to pull away. I mean, I said that he may be pushing, he might be eating his tires, but at the same time, you did see Vincent Cassard make a handful of mistakes, and that definitely also opened the gap up. So, I mean, Musser being a veteran of the shifter class and a very seasoned driver, definitely knows what he's doing. And I mean, it's very interesting to see which driver will take this win. So you can see Musser takes the win in Heat 1. Cassard comes across in P2. Zars taking P3. Bouye got really close to Zars for that P3 position, but he finishes 4th. Mendes comes across in 5th. Proctor coming across in 7th.
Yeah.
6th.
Sorry. Yeah, there you go, Proctor. Third time is the charm. Proctor able to cross the line there in 6th. Cameron Reed in 7th. Alfred Alvarez-Castillo 8th. Dominic Trolio 9th. And Rod Clenard is okay and out of the go-kart now, running up your top 10. So some pickup for Rod Clenard there on the exit of turn number 2. When we come back, we get set to go green with, I believe, our 206 cadets here coming up next. And indeed, then we go with our KA100 Seniors, all 37 drivers headed out onto the racetrack.
Today.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200 from Acceleration Kart Racing's website?
That's because AKR gives you free shipping on orders of $200 or more within the continental US.
Okay, but I thought you were just getting a pair of gloves. That's what, 70 bucks?
But if I'm getting a new pair of gloves, I might as well get a new pair of shoes to match. And then on top of that, I'll get a neck brace because with the shipping, it's basically free.
Yeah, I do not think the math checks out on that.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free for orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Spend responsibly. Shop AKR.com.
Well, we're underway here in 206 Cadet. Royce Vega with a good start on Dutch Westbrook, and everybody else able to go side by side and work their way through. Theo Mitchell up to fourth. Simon Jack Klein going side by side there with what looks to be Tyler Morowak, or Marshall Steves, I'm sorry. Morowak lost a couple at the start here. So he lost some time there at the start nonetheless, but everybody else working their way through. The two Bennecks going to lead us away here, Rocco.
Yeah, great start from them, and two CRGs in third and fourth. One thing I got to point out is how I was mixing up Westbrook and Theodore Mitchell, or not Westbrook. I was Barsh and Westbrook earlier. No, not Westbrook. Oh my gosh, Barsh. As Barsh actually goes down the inside of Westbrook, and almost got into the side of him there. And now with a big push from behind, you have Theodore Mitchell pushing that CRG. They're not going to go down the inside, but you can see you have, I think that was Klein going down the inside of Theodore Mitchell for P5, so promote him up into P5. But those two drivers, so Theodore Mitchell now going down the inside, trying to, of Klein, couldn't get it done. Those two drivers, Barsh and Mitchell, are very identical in their kits. It's almost like the 206 version of Justin Music and Beckett Friesen that we have in this race. So kind of tricky for me to point them out. So now that I see them both side by side, it's a little bit easier. But as this race continues, not much happening in the second half of this lap. We'll see what happens with your top two as they get pretty close, Westbrook and Barsh. We saw him try to make the move last time around into turn one. Got pretty hairy whenever he couldn't fully do it, and they were side by side coming through this corner, turn two here. So now with a big run, he wanted to get around last time, but now with that big gap behind, I think he's going to go for it, and he is down to the inside on Westbrook, put Barsh up into P2.
Yeah, Barsh able to get the move down there, and they're going to go side by side, and Barsh kind of trying to negotiate with Westbrook there, telling him to push forward, and it almost looked like Captain America shook his head there for a second, and they're, I guess, still wanting a fight here, and now it looks like he's going to stay in line and try and close on their gap to Royce Vega out ahead. So we'll see what they can do. No passes here into the bowl. Everybody single foul, and then further back, Mitchell and Steves fighting it out here as well. So Steves was able to get ahead there of Theo Mitchell that time around, and now further back for Tyler Morowak. He's going to look to close down his gap further up to Theo Mitchell here, Rocco.
Yeah, and so Theo Mitchell losing one position there, and now Barsh and Westbrook back on our screens. So, I mean, Westbrook could be the best teammate ever and keep fighting with Barsh to open the gap with Vega, but it seems that, as you were right, they are working together now. Bit of a gap, so, I mean, I don't think Westbrook would have gone for it if there was the opportunity for the move. At this point in the stage, because there are 3 minutes to go plus 2 laps, so a lot of time to catch back up to Vega. It doesn't have to be all thrown away now for P2. And further back you have Klein now. He's made his way up into P4. A good opening start to this Heat 1 for him. We'll see if he can make his way up to these two on screen right here. They're going to work together through this right-left chicane, and I mean, visually already, you can see them closing a little bit on Royce Vega.
Yeah, closing there just a little bit on Royce Vega, and this is kind of what's going on whenever you're working together, whenever you're pushing together and looking to close on your gap. And for Tanner Barsh, not wanting to let Vega get away at any point in this race, so still pushing each other along, to say the least here. And Osborne lost a couple there, unfortunately. He fell back to 13th, if you saw there on the left-hand side of your screen. Lost a couple of spots. But looking to work his way back up the order, as Morowak as well looking to go on Theo Mitchell on the inside. Morowak able to get clear. He's up to 6th.
Yeah, good move from Morowak to get up into P6. Now Barsh and Westbrook still working together, still a bit from out of touch with Vega. Vega seems to be doing a very good job holding the lead here. It was about a 4/10 gap from P1 and P2 last time around, and as they come around these two hairpins, we'll see what it is this time by. It's visually very close. I mean, this is a very slow corner, so I mean, they're visually going to close up and then open back up when they get to the straightaway, but they've lost another 10th, or Vega has lost a 10th to these 2 and 3 place drivers here right behind them. So this draft, now that they're up and so close into the draft, they're going to be making a lot more progress down these straights, especially with Westbrook pushing behind. Now, through turn 3, they're basically closed up to the back of Westbrook.
Yeah, and further back in for 4th and 5th, Tyler Morowak able to get some moves done. He's looking to go on Simon Jack Klein there further back in the field, as Westbrook looking to go on Tanner Barsh. So Westbrook's able to get clear, make it a Bennick 1-2. And Barsh falls back to the third spot, and further back, Morowak going to lead that second group. This kid is absolutely flying after starting from almost the tail end of the field here. He's up 10 spots in this race. That Trackside Karting Services GFC on rails here. Morowak, his fastest lap of the race, a 56.8, just about a tenth off of what the top three are running. But still, a lot of pace there from Morowak as he gets to the point of that one. And going to go side by side again with Simon Jack Klein. They're not going to give each other any room and not going to waste any time and continue to fight here, Rocco.
Ooh, and as we say that, I have Marshall Steves now go down the inside of Simon Klein. And I think Theodore Mitchell is also going to try and make way and get around Simon Klein here, as Simon Klein now back down the inside of Marshall Steves to get, I believe, fifth place back from Steves. So now you have Morowak with a comfy gap further back from the rest of the field. Now back to our leaders. Vega still leads with Westbrook and Barsh following closely behind. Westbrook, we got around him last lap, so it's a 1-2 for Bennick right now. And further back, that is the second group fight that we have. Klein, Steves, and Mitchell. All three drivers trying to leapfrog each other by the finish. I think we're going to get possibly 2 sticks to go this time by. Are we right? I believe so. 2 sticks to go. Vega still leads. His teammate right behind. I wonder if he's going to... Yeah, he's definitely not going to block for his teammate. He's pointing forward. He wants to get that first place position, and he's going to do anything he can now.
Yeah, Westbrook looking to close on his gap to Royce Vega, and this is the first time these drivers have really kind of raced against each other. They spend a lot of time in the tent together. They spend a lot of time doing video and data together, but again, Vega a little bit older than Dutch Westbrook. Vega running in the Mini Swift class and Westbrook running in the Micro Swift class. So that's kind of been something, and this is the first time that really Westbrook can take the fight up to Royce Vega in his 206 Cadet class here this weekend. So we'll see if Westbrook has the pace. He has the push for sure. Looking on the inside into the bull corner. He's able to get through. Westbrook goes to the front. Barsh looked like he had a good run there. Not close enough, and Vega just had to kind of move out of the way there because Westbrook was coming in hot.
Yeah, that was pretty intense coming through the bowl. I mean, I've heard you say that they shouldn't. There's an unwritten rule that you shouldn't pass through the bowl, and it just happened there. It was pretty exciting to see. White flag now with Westbrook leading, Barsh in second, and now for the first time as we come across, Vega in third. We're going to see if he can make any progress back up to that front. They cover down to the inside. Westbrook goes low. Vega goes high, and Barsh falls down. They switch back 3 wide for just a second. Vega goes way back up to the lead, and Barsh holds on to that second place position, so Westbrook falls. And he tries to go down the inside of Barsh and gets it into P2.
Yeah, Westbrook not wasting any time here. He's up to second now. And this is going to allow Royce Vega to get the white flag with a big gap here. Now Westbrook going to try and re-close down his gap there to Royce Vega on this straightaway. Barsh, it looked like he shook his head there just a little bit when they got into the double left-hander. But, you know, this is what it's been like so far here in this one. Barsh continuing to push. The top three very, very close in this one, but checkered flag in the air. Sorry, my mistake. Royce Vega going to win heat race number 1. Westbrook across the line second. Tanner Barsh finishes third.
Morowak comes across in fourth. Simon Klein fifth. Steves comes across in sixth. Man, I can't figure out numbers today. Mitchell in seventh. Masad to seventh. Barsh in eighth. Brennan Barsh in 8th, Mitchell 9th, Vargas coming across now, I think, to take 10th place, Wyatt White in 11th, Leszek in 12th, and Osborne in 13th.
Yeah, so everybody able to work their way across the line now, and that's going to be it for that session there. When we come back here in a couple of moments' time, no pickups, so we're going to stay here just quiet on the airways for a second, but your KA100 Senior is coming out here in a couple of moments' time. KA100 Seniors out on the racetrack now. Let's run you down your starting lineup. Jake French and Aiden Rudolph on row number 1. Peyton Phillips and Jesus Vasquez Jr. on row 2.
On row 3, it's Pagano and Javier Herrera. On row 4, it'll be Beckett Friesen and Lane. On row 5, Dunlap and Trained. Row 6, Lamping and Goodson.
You go back to Sawyer Roussel and Adrian Cruz on row number 7. Ian Howell and Alex Pope on row 8. Justin Music and Ibrahim Din on row number 9. Cohen Summers and Preston Pico round up your top 20 starters.
You go further back down the grid. You have on row 11, Landon Skinner and Bryce Frank. Then row 12, it is Faulkner and Parker. Row 13 is Roddy and Bamru. And on row 14, Renfro and Stoker.
Alfred Alvarez-Ocasio, James Good on row number 15, your top 30. Remy Angel, Xander Clements from the tail end of the field. That's going to be all your starters. Everybody else further back from row 17th and on back are not going to start this race here, not here this weekend, but this is the most drivers that this track has seen in quite some time. The biggest field that we've seen it in a very long time. Yellow flags are out to slow everybody way down, but I tell you what, folks, the fences are lined here to watch this super exciting and super interesting KA100 Senior class go at it here for the first of their 3 heat races here this weekend. The MidSummer Mashup heat race number 1 is underway. Jake French on the inside, Rudolph around the outside, looking to get a move done around the outside. He's able to get it done to the point for Aiden Rudolph. French falls back to second. Phillips in third, side by side there in between Buddy and what looks to be Beckett Friesen. For Vasquez, he's able to get ahead side by side there as well. One driver got held up that looked to be Herrera there, who lost some time. They're going side by side all throughout this field. Everybody, it just matters to make it through the first lap here this weekend, and everybody kind of just bumper to bumper already, pushing and shoving each other however they can. But up at the front, Rudolph leading us away.
Dunlap is doing a really good job there. You have Peyton Phillips going down the inside of Jake French, try to get it there, and goes back down to the rear of Jake French there. So your top 2, 3, and 4 drivers. You have Buddy now coming down to the back of that train. They're going to be a 4-car train now. You have Peyton fade down the inside, go down the inside of Jake French. They're going to follow through and try to train him around the outside. As you can see, Jesus Vasquez Jr. has to slot back behind. You have Jake French now go down the inside of Pagano.
Yeah, Buddy looked to go through there as well on Louis. So Buddy able to get through to 4th, and everybody else single file line. Friesen, the driver who took his maiden pole position in his maiden senior start at NOLA earlier on this year, finds himself well inside of the top 10, and that kid's needed a lot of luck, and it seems like he has it so far here this weekend. And so far in this first heat race, as there goes French on the inside of Phillips, looking to go through, and all this fighting allowing Rudolph to kind of run away with it here in the first heat race. And he looks back, knows that everybody's kind of just fighting each other and dive bombing each other every other corner. So that's exactly what that CRG Nordum team going to want to see from the rest of the field.
Yeah, totally different aspect to KA Masters. You see Vasquez go down the inside of Jake French to take away P2 as Jake French comes off the racetrack and into the weeds as he loses a handful of position slots way far behind Dallas Dunlap and more. Now, as you can see, you have Vasquez down into the front. You have Dunlap trying to fight around the outside of Herrera and more. Now Vasquez and then Phillips, and I believe that is Pagano right behind, or no, that is
JD Lamping. JD Lamping right there in that group. Beckett Friesen not too far back, but how about it for JD Lamping, who's been out of the seat since the United States Pro Kart Series, where he found himself in the LCQ, and I believe not even making the main event, finds himself running well inside of the top 10 here in his first race back. Phillips able to go back on Buddy. One driver way off the racetrack that looked to be Luke Lang there further back, and the LN kart found himself off the racetrack and into the weeds there. So that's not where Lang would have wanted to end up here, but look at the gap up ahead for Aiden Rudolph, a 2.5 seconds so far, and your top 3 are the top 3 in the championship as well. So this is definitely going the way of Rudolph so far. Everybody's so single file in this field, and just on the edge of the top 10, you see kind of how patient and how calm it is all throughout this field, and everything further back and everything towards the back is still side-by-side racing action, and everybody's kind of throwing haymakers at each other. Roussel, Justin Music, Adrian Cruz. There's Joey Friend as well. So everybody's still fighting, going side-by-side there in between Friend and Music, looking to go back on him. There's Friend on the inside, Skinner in this group, Ian Howell involved, Preston Pico in this group, Kurt Goodson as well, Nicholas Stouffer. A lot of drivers just finding themselves in an all-out brawl, and this is exactly what we expect to see in the first heat race. It's going to be very hectic, You want to fight. You want to get up there after not having either the best qualifying or having a good qualifying when you fall back. I like to compare it a lot to desperate driving, and that's kind of what we're seeing here at the moment. A lot of desperate driving from a lot of drivers who want to work their way further up the field. When we get a Heat 2, it'll calm down a little bit, and Heat Race number 3, it's just damage limitation from there on. But everybody's still battling all the way throughout this field. Lang able to get going again, but he's just outside of the top 5, on the edge of the top 10 now in 10th. But as it looks now, Phillips and Buddy closing down their gap to Aiden Rudolph.
Yeah, when that field spread out from second on back after that chaos happened with Jake French, you saw a bit of a split now between Vasquez and the rest. He decided to work together with Peyton Phillips and pull away from that group from behind. So now they're pretty safe in second and third, working very well to try and catch back up to that leader. So you see Vasquez, he's right in tow now. As we go further back there, I think that is Skinner. That is Skinner, Bryce Frank, Sawyer Russell, a whole bunch of drivers there. And as we switch now, we're with Pagano. I think that is Herrera and Dunlap. And Jake French, there he is. So after falling off the track, he is now trying to make his way back up, catching back up to, I think, Herrera now. Going to go down the inside of Pagano into the right, left chicane. He gets that position. Pagano follows through, but he fades back down to the inside. Herrera kind of covers it off. Pagano gets the bumper from Jake French there. And now Dunlap could have gone on Jake French, decided to think better of it and just work together so they don't fall any further back now. Herrera with a bit of a gap, and these three trying to make way forward.
Yeah, they're trying to definitely make their way further up the field. French thinks he's faster than Pagano in this stage of the race, so there's French on the inside. Dunlap looking to follow as well. Pagano stuck on the outside. Going to have to concede that spot there, and that's a veteran move there by Pagano to kind of understand that if I try and hold on to it here, I'm going to end up in the weeds. Just like he saw from an ex-teammate from way back in the day in Jake French. So veteran move there by Pagano, but going to slot back in the line, and he's definitely not going to want to see himself falling down the order. We're getting close to the end of this one, about 20 seconds to go. Going to be about 15 seconds to go when Rudolph crosses the line. So 3 laps to go left in this first heat race, and it's been hectic so far. It's still hectic further back in the field. Everybody's still battling. Everybody's still making passes and fighting against each other. But nonetheless, Crew's able to crack the top 10 now after, the first reports of being too stuck in the qualifying session. And that's what happened to the Cruise Racing Development driver there, just finding himself in the outside of the top 10 in the qualifying session in 10th now, finding some good pace so far. But for Peyton Phillips, Jesus Vasquez Jr. to see kind of the championship leader run away with the first heat race like this, it's not what they're going to want to see, Rocco.
Yeah, no, one thing I wanted to point out, how Xander Clements started from the back of the grid. He's somewhere around 19th place now, so he's been making up a handful of positions. A really good job from Clements there. He had an issue in qualifying with his transponder, and that's why he wasn't able to get a time down, and he wasn't on our timing screens. There he is on track now, going down the inside of Preston Pico for, I believe, somewhere around 18th position.
18th, indeed. 14 spots now gained here for Clements on your screen, and this is the battle just outside of the top 15, and it's a lot to keep up with over 30 karts on the racetrack here. It's been a lot to keep up with, but they've kept us on our toes nonetheless. 2 laps to go. We're out the last time around. Aiden Rudolph still holds on to his lead and his gap on Peyton Phillips and Jesus Vasquez Jr. Fastest lap of the race still belongs to the TV Kart South driver of Dallas Dunlap, a 50.452 there further back in the field. And JD Lamping up 7 spots as well. You talk about gaining positions. You see it there with JD Lamping, and you see the gap kind of close down here in between Phillips and Rudolph. So white flag in the air this time by, and I think these 2 drivers right behind the CRG Norton machine are just going to run out of time here, Rocco.
Yeah, it's going to be really close because they gained 2 tenths last time by, and they're a little bit closer to get that draft. I mean, half a second, it may be too late. As you said, we'll see what happens. So maybe we have Vasquez make a move on Peyton now because it's the last lap. We'll see as they come through turn 4 and 5, the long left-hander. So you still have a huge gap between Aiden and Peyton. I don't think he'll be able to open up that gap between him and Peyton. So Vasquez now very close as he has 1 driver off, a TB driver off there in the middle of the track, and Aiden Rudolph pulling away.
Yeah, Aiden Rudolph still pulling away, and I think that's going to be pretty much it here in this one. Phillips not able to challenge. Vasquez not able to challenge Dexter Early fighting in this one. That's going to give it a 1-0 score for Aiden Rudolph in the championship over Peyton Phillips and Jesus Vasquez Jr. JD Lamping across the line 4th. Beckett Friesen across the line 5th.
And then Herrera in 6th. French came across the line in 7th after that unfortunate bobble in the middle of the race. Dunlap in 8th. Pagano 9th. Cruz in 10th place.
And you go back to Joey Friend, Justin Music, Luke Lang dropping 5 spots. Landon Skinner's up 7. Frank's up 7 as well. Howell down 1. Roussel as well down a couple. And then you go back. Clements up 14. Preston Pico as well. Made some moves in that one. He's up 1 in 19th. And you go all the way down. No DNFs outside of Taylor Roddy, unfortunately, who found himself in the dirt and out of that one early. An action-packed race, to say the least. Everybody kind of clearing that top deck to get back and watch it all happen all over again here in a couple of moments' time. That was heat race number 1. Heat race number 2 coming your way next.
So you finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're going to need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com. They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rib protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next? Well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
Row, Blackwood and Ahmad on day number 2.
On row 3, it'll be Brody Brown and Kason Sanders. And on the final row 4, it'll be Rodolfo Garza and Naomi Vargas.
So that's going to be it there for your starting lineup here in this one as we wait to populate those logos there on the left-hand side of your screen. Get those up here shortly. But again, these drivers provide us with some really good racing earlier on today on what we saw Dutch Westbrook run away with it there at the end of his, and a quick turnaround for him doing the Micro Swift and doing the 206 Cadet class as well. So for him, it's been an action-packed day and a lot of racing going on for him, to say the least. So we'll see what all these drivers can do here shortly as they get set to take the green flag.
Yeah, they're all queued up, rolling nice and slow, just like, you have a bunch of different classes roll at different speeds. It seems that the staff has been doing a pretty good job of waving the yellow flags and getting them to slow down quite substantially, because I know some of these kids really do like to roll fast because they're excited to get ready and racing as Westbrook rounds the final corner, setting the pace. And you see Wonderlay looking right at his right foot to see when he steps on the gas, and they're getting into the starting box. And he's looking forward, and we got the green. So you see Blackwood down to the inside. He takes P1 as Wonderlay holds it around the outside. They're side by side, and Wonderlay to the lead.
Yeah, Victor Gus Wonderlay, what a start to his race. Everybody kind of got gaggled there at the start. There's Ahmad on the inside of Brody Brown. Ahmad's able to get through. Everybody's shuffling through, but not going to be smooth sailing for Westbrook this time out. And you see he's not happy with that start, but he's going to have a lot of work to do to try and pass the drivers in first and second as they're going to start to fight there. They go wide, offline, and Westbrook emerges in the lead here for a second. Wonderlay to the bottom. He's able to get through. Westbrook looking to set up the over-under. Nice switch back there for Westbrook. Goes on the inside and up to the point.
They made quick work of those two there. As you can see, a bunch of drivers now getting around Kimo Ahmad, both Blackwood and, oh my goodness, Brown and Ahmad get together. Ahmad not happy with that. There was an accident coming out of the final corner, and Ahmad off into the grass now. That's going to be the end of his heat 2.
Yeah,
so,
unfortunate there for Kimo Ahmad, finding himself in the weeds at the end of that one. And I don't think he was able to get back going again. He is now, but he's going to be long ways back at this point.
Yeah, it's an unfortunate end to his heat 2. He's probably not going to get any better than the final position after being off track for so long. So Blackwood still pretty close to Wonderlay. They're losing ground to Westbrook. It's just like how the last race was of heat 1. Westbrook now with a pretty commanding gap. So they're closing up together. It'll be a pretty tall order to work together and catch up, so we'll see what these two can do. Blackwood might just say, hey, I want P2 and go around, but he's got to catch him first.
Yeah, definitely going to have a lot of work to do to look to close down his gap there on the rest of the field. So for Blackwood there, who sits in the third spot, looking to close down his gap, and for a couple of other drivers as well, looking to make up some time here in this race after finding themselves with a little bit of misfortune, to say the least, here in this one. As we have battles all the way throughout this field, Vargas and Kason Sanders going at it here. For Nayeli Vargas, she finds herself there, and one driver way off the racetrack. That's the 217, and indeed, that is Brody Brown. That is off the racetrack, and I think he is going to be done here in this one, not going to be able to get restarted.
The unfortunate end of his race. He was doing very good for his, it is his first weekend in Micro Swift, so he was doing a very good job keeping up in the midfield, fighting around, and really getting his elbows out there. So now on your screen, Westbrook with a big lead. Now here's their fourth and fifth place drivers. That is Sanders and Vargas, two drivers who are pretty close, probably our closest race on track at the moment. You have Sanders pulling a bit away out of the corner, so Vargas losing a bit of ground on the straight, maybe get it back on the straightaway. We will see. And it'll just be a matter of time if they can keep close and stay in that draft range.
Yeah, definitely going to be a matter of time to say the least here, Rocco. But everybody with a lot of work to do to look to take the fight up to Dutch Westbrook, who's about a second and a half off, a second and a half up, I should say, on the rest of the field here. So that's a lot of work to do for everybody else to kind of work their way up and try and close down their gap.
So on your screen still, that is Vargas. Still, the gap hasn't really changed much, maybe falling a little bit to Sanders there as we switch back over to Wonderlay and Blackwood. Another group of two that is pretty far spread out. The racing on the track is kind of fallen stagnant for now as everybody's evenly spaced out. Westbrook still wheeling up in front, trying to pull away. He has a 2-second gap now from Wonderlay. So Westbrook is basically, this is his heat 2 if nothing goes wrong in his footing. So Wonderlay there still with a big gap to Blackwood, and not much happening. while we were away, you had Sanders and Vargas both take each other. I wouldn't say take each other out, but there was an accident between the two drivers, and there you can see now that is Vargas getting out of her go-kart, and you have Sanders all alone now in 4th place with Blackwood on our screen now, still losing a little bit of ground ever so slightly every now and then to Gus Wonderlay. So everybody pretty comfortable in these top 3 positions, and yeah, so we'll see if anything switches up.
Yeah, we'll see if anything switches up indeed. 2-6 in the air this time around for everybody. So Westbrook was the first driver to get it, and everybody else was able to get that as well. This time around for all of them, they're going to beat the white flag in the air, and some pretty big gaps so far. 3.5 seconds back to Wonderlay, and about 4 seconds back to Tyler Blackwood in the 3rd spot. And Rodolfo Garza, how about that? Finding himself inside of the top 5 here for Rodolfo Garza in the CRG Norda machine. Going to be a career best finish for him here this weekend. White flag in the air this time around, and so far so good for Dutch Westbrook.
Yeah, he's been commanding both of the heats now. We'll see if he can keep the same form up tomorrow. I mean, pulled away from both Gus Wonderlay and Blackwood, even whenever they were working together if they tried. And so Westbrook seems to be in a league of his own here as he comes around the last half of this lap to close up Heat 2, and definitely be Westbrook's.
Yeah, so final lap well underway. Westbrook going to round up the bull corner now. He's going to work his way through this time around, and last couple of corners for Dutch Westbrook. Captain America been absolutely flying all weekend long in the Micro Swift class, been the class of the field, and is going to take it away in heat race number 2 and take the win. Across the line next, Victor Gus Wonderlay for the Iron Rock Motorsports team. Tyler Blackwood across the line in 3rd, and now we wait for Rodolfo Garza, who is in 4th. Should be a career best finish this time around for Rodolfo Garza here this weekend. Top 4 for regional series. Good showing nonetheless for the CRG Nordum driver here this weekend. All the way from McAllen, Texas, able to get it done. He finishes 4th.
And Kason Sanders follows closely behind to finish in 5th. Kimo Ahmad had that accident at the beginning of the race, finishes in 6th. And Naelia Vargas with that unfortunate incident taking her out of the race and not finishing.
We'll pick up getting set to go underway for the likes of Brody Brown, Vargas, and a couple of others. So with that being said, we'll take a quick commercial break. When we come back, more racing action coming your way.
Colin, I need a new 219 chain. I need a 77 tooth sprocket. I need some more chain lube, and I need it probably as soon as like tomorrow. Dude, are you even listening? Like, we need this to run this weekend.
Want anything else?
What do you mean?
I already got it in the Karting Acceleration Kart Racing's online store, bro. All orders over $200 get free shipping.
Oh, throw in a set of tires.
Done.
Everything you need, all in one place, and shipped to your door for free on orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Shop AKR.com.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Parallel USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parallel Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParalleLUSA.com.
And as you see them red flag the field to stop them all, I think there's still a few drivers coming up at the very edge of the pack to queue up. There we go. I think that is Liam Lofton, our final driver, queuing up. So rolling away very slowly now. You have Dusty Schreier as our pace setter, still walking forward. As we see, there might be an issue a little bit further back. Maybe restart of the motor. Sometimes they do die when they idle on the track. I think another driver, you have Rafe, throw his hand up, so that's 2 engines dying on the field now. So bit of a process to get them going, especially whenever you have a bunch of engines shut off like that. So now, Dusty Schreier, your pole sitter, about to take the green, and it's a huge start from Dusty Schreier and Lee to get first and second as the rest of the field fills through. I think Henson able to get 4th place there, so a good start from Henson. So Schreier and Lee with a commanding gap. I think that is Anderson in 3rd, space of their own. So the field got around pretty clean, and we're going racing. So Dusty Schreier, your leader. Further back, current order. We'll get the current order whenever they come back through and it updates, because there were a few changes for position. But as of right now, you have I think that is Henson getting passed by Bayer there. I think that is Bayer in that blue cart right there, and then number 10. So bringing a few positions up from Bayer from 7th at the beginning of the race, made up I think 2 or 3 positions there on screen now. That's Rafe Ali and more, as one driver drops a tire. I believe that was the 81 or the 91 of Samson. So dropped a tire there. And Rafe Ali very close behind Baker now, and also Anderson. So it's probably the closest fight we have on track right now. And you have, I think, Rafe Ali trying to go down the inside of Baker. Thought better of it because it was closing down on the inside. Rafe fades out to the inside again, and then thinks better of it. So two little half moves. Was trying to think about it and couldn't just get it done. But now you have Baker covering down on the inside of Rafe Ali, so pushing Rafe all the way out to the outside of the racetrack and trying to get that position. Take by Rafe Ali on Baker, and Samson gets around 2 after dropping that tire a few laps ago. Makes a lot of progress now to get back up to the group of Rafe Ali and Anderson. Now you see Rafe trying to fade down low to get the inside of Anderson, so making up a few positions there. Mistake of Anderson to get that 7th place position. So even though it's it's our youngest class, it's we have battles happening way back in 7th place, so it's still a very incredible class to see. Rafe Ali being the brother of Pasha Ali, a driver who had came up from Kid Karts in the past, and we can see now really fighting up in the front. Was in the very front row on their start earlier in the day in the Swift class. And now, as you can see, Samson pulls down to the inside and tries to look down the inside, but way too far back on Anderson to make a move. So these top 3, or not top 3, this group of 3 still tightly close together. And now on our screens, that is Sullivan and Bayer. Bayer all the way up into P3 now, absolutely flying, or I should say Bayer, my mistake, into P3. So moving very quickly. Could even, as you can, one thing about Kid Karts is you can see them make up huge distances sometimes on other drivers, or huge deltas if they can just lock in and gain up to the leaders up in front. As you can see now, Sullivan with a huge run coming through on the front straight to get back down the inside of Bayer. And Bayer with the switchback. Oh, they make contact, and Bayer gets down on the inside of Sullivan. Sullivan drops a little bit of a tire, looks down to check his kart. Seems to be okay and rolling. So a bit of a bobble there, a bit of hard racing from our Kid Karts. It's good to see that they're both pointing the right direction now. now Dusty Schrader comes across to take the 2 sticks to go. So commanding race from him, about 4.5 seconds now from Lee in second place. Basically the same thing he did in Heat 1, just pulled away from the rest of the field. It's a fantastic day if you're a Schrader fan. I mean, he's just been dominating this kid kart class, so he has about 2 laps left to go, or 1.5 I should say, and he's been doing really good so far, and yeah, he's just going to make progress in these last 2 laps and come over to the checker. Beyer and Sullivan very close, or closest race on track right now, and they'll come across for the white flag when they get to the flagger this time by. So very high stakes for this Heat 2 to get the 3rd place position between Beyer and Sullivan here. So very close. Sullivan, he's been fighting with Beyer all race long, so they have been kind of testing the waters. You know, they kind of know how each other race now, I would suspect, after racing for a whole heat. So as you can see, Ed Beyer go low to the inside of the racetrack. White flag now. As Sullivan took the racing line, he's going to get a great run now coming through this long right-hander. Right to the bumper at the wrong time, though, because the run now is on this front straight here. Sullivan pulls down the inside anyway. Will the gearing be enough to pull Sullivan alongside Beyer? I think so. You can see he has about half a kart length, and the switchback happens again just like last time, now without a contact, though, and Beyer holds on to that P3 position. Now, as if we can go up to the leader of Dusty Schrader, as he, because we're coming to the checkered flag now. He's way gone from these two, going over into the bowl. And just a few more corners to go until he takes that checker, but still on your screen you have Beyer and Sullivan a bit close, a bit of a gap to Sullivan. He really needs to send it somewhere in these final few corners if he's going to make that position. Now on your screen, there's Schrader coming around the last 2 hairpins to take that checkered flag. It's a clean Heat 2 for him to take Heat win number 2 on the day. So Schrader puts his hands up in celebration. Awesome to see from him. And Lee, 6 seconds behind, comes across to take P2. Now your closest battle on track, Beyer and Sullivan, come across the line in that order, 3rd and 4th. And as we wait for the rest of the field to come around, I think it'll be Tudor coming across in 5th place. And a group here that'll be Rafe Ali, and then Henson, and then Sampson.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself, quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Are you looking for an advantage in your competition? Well, Car Class has done the hard work for you. We've travelled to your racetracks to give you the inside knowledge. So what does Car Class offer? We've got drone footage that captures the racing lines. visual markers for your braking points, acceleration zones, and the best overtake opportunities on your racetrack. Pedal cam to show you where to brake and when to accelerate, and 360-degree footage to make sure you don't miss any parts on the racetrack. We've covered 13 racetracks in the United States, and Australia, you're up next. So visit kartclass.com to get your track information.
Well, back here for more racing action. Mini Swift getting set to go green with Alex Chandler there on the bottom. Cade Casper on the top. Vega able to get through. Everybody going side by side throughout this field and able to make the start here, but still side by side all the way throughout. A couple of drivers still fighting out for position here, and everybody kind of jockeying for position in any way that they can, and still fighting it out here at the moment. Alex Chandler had a good start though. Royce Vega right behind him, and Cade Casper sits in third.
Yeah, we saw those two kind of move away in the first heat. Cade Casper there, another very fast driver who was there until a certain point in the race whenever he kind of fell back. So we'll see what he can do now. He's in a good spot now. He's going to go down the inside of Royce Vega to separate these two drivers and get ahead of Royce Vega. Try to work on Chandler there, as you see the 33 or the 32 of Klein, I believe, drop a tire there. So they're playing way back too.
Pasha Ali as well fell way back in the order. Either didn't make it out for this heat race. I don't see him out on the racetrack, so Pasha Ali indeed not out on the racetrack. So that was, sorry Rock, what really surprised me, not seeing him out here after having a good showing at the end of the first one.
Yeah, he would have started on the front row, I believe, if he made it out on track. So very unfortunate for him not to get on the racetrack. As you see, Casper all the way up in the lead now. He got both him and Vega got around Chandler for the lead. So I don't know what happened to Chandler there, as we were wondering what happened to to Ali there. So now further back, that is, I want to say, that is Wonderlay. Down the inside goes, I think, Nachawati on Klein trying to get around, and no, that's Orbezo.
Yeah, Orbezo able to get through there. Simon Jack Klein in this group. Nachawati as well, going side by side there with Simon Jack Klein, and right behind them, Rodolfo Lavin. Peaks to the bottom of the racetrack, not close enough to go on Simon Jack Klein. And get back in line now. And as I say that, Rodolfo Lavin makes me eat my words here. Able to get ahead of Simon Jack Klein that time by, and you see Klein kind of just frustrated with what he's seeing unfold now.
Yeah, they're losing ground to these drivers up ahead of Wonderlay and Orbezo there. Further up ahead, Chandler's also trying to work his way back up to those two leaders. They fly by now. That is, I think, Lavin, Nachawati, and Hughes, and others. So your leaders here now, Vega and Chandler. Or no, Casper, my mistake. Following, Casper's doing a great job, but he's doing exactly what he needs to do right now. He's working together with Vega. He's trying to put a gap to the drivers behind. And Chandler is struggling to catch back up as he hasn't gained anything as a driver's off. That is the 132.
Simon Jack Klein there off the racetrack, and he's not happy with somebody. Something must have happened there in between himself and what looked to be in the group that he was in, which I believe was just around Liam Nachawati and Rodolfo Lavin. So those two drivers probably made some contact there, and he was definitely not happy with how that one ended.
Yeah, definitely not. That was a big surprise when it jumped on our screens like that. So, yeah, Vega and Casper still with a gap. It was about a second for the past two laps, so we'll see if Chandler's making any ground this time by, because we're coming around again to the timetable to see our timesheets update. Chandler working by himself, so he doesn't even have a pushing partner or a draft partner. It's difficult when you don't have anybody and you're kind of in that no man's land. Looking further back now with Orbezo and Nachawati. Or that's not Nachawati, that is, I want to say,
that's Wonderlay right behind there. Orbezo just ahead of the Iron Rock Motorsports machine of Wonderlay. So 3 Iron Rock Motorsports, 3rd, 4th, and 5th respectively. Nachawati in the 6th spot and Rodolfo Lavin in the 7th. You go back to Hughes, Satakova, and Vargas there just on the edge of your screen. But yeah, Wonderlay and Orbezo working together here at the moment. And you look further up, Royce Vega still leads us away from Cade Casper on what's kind of been a quieter race this time out. But still, they've been kind of going at it so far in this one, especially with that mishap that Alex Chandler had earlier on in this one.
Yeah, for the past 3 laps, as we've seen Alex Chandler come across, he stayed at about a second gap every single time. He hasn't dropped below the second gap with these two drivers up ahead. So He's about stagnant, running about the exact same lap times as these two are up ahead. So we'll see what happens as we have a minute and 40 seconds plus 2 laps to go. He has plenty of time to catch back up if anything happens with these top 2, especially if they start fighting. I mean, he's still within reach of a fight for the win in Heat 2. But as I say that, Casper is now starting to fade ever so slightly on the back of Vega. He's struggling to suck up to the back of Vega because, I mean, he should be in the draft. He should be getting that benefit. But even then, Vega is still pulling away ever so slightly. And Casper might even fall into the clutches of Chandler here.
Yeah, so not going to be Justin off there. But like you said, Vega about a car length in between himself and Cade Casper, and Chandler not too far back either, or Bezo there in 4th. This is the best he's run so far this weekend. Showed up here with no practice. Wasn't here last weekend and just showed up late today. Didn't even make it out for the warm-up session this morning for Nico Orbezo, but good to see him out here in racing. I had to make the trip out from San Antonio, Texas, and I know that's definitely a pretty busy family with Nico having 2 younger brothers, the younger one playing soccer, and I think the youngest one as well still getting into sports. So it's a super busy family for Mr. Orbezo as well. But good to see them all, always in good spirits and happy to be at whatever racetrack that we see him at. And as well for Vega and his family, we see him, quite often at the national stuff as well. So Roy's also, very funny guy, very funny kid. And speaking of him as well, and yesterday we were giving out, some of the Casey stickers, and funny enough, gave one to Royce, and he was like, yeah, I'm just going to put it on my tire, give myself more grip. And I was like, that's not how it works, dude. That's not at all how that plays out. But he's always in good spirits as well as everybody else. These are the kids that are going to be running around the paddock later on today, and messing around, drinking Gatorade, running around on their scooters, which you're not supposed to be riding here at the Texas Racing Series. Nowhere near the grid. In the paddock, I believe, is okay, but anywhere else near the grid is not allowed, and they will be confiscated and put in scooter jail. So you don't want to, you don't want your scooter to end up in scooter jail this weekend. So don't ride it around the paddock, please.
Yeah, don't put your scooter in the scooter impound. So as we go back up to the race, I said that Casper may have been fading, but I was definitely wrong, as Casper's still there, and he's even closer now, right on the bumper of Vega, and Chandler's still within about a second. He's just got under that second mark between him and the leader, so he made a little bit of ground, but it might be a little bit too late as we come around for the white flag. Casper is there, though. Chandler needs these two to fight, and as I say that, Casper goes down the inside of Vega for the lead on the final lap. Now they're on the final lap of the race. So Vega now gets the switchback and gets back up to the lead. This is exactly what Chandler needed now. He's right there in the draft, and with a huge run, we might see an overtake on Casper, and perhaps even Royce, if he can get a huge run in the overtake. He swipes to the outside. Vega covers off the inside. Casper puts a little bit on his bumper to Vega and tries to hold the outside, can't do it, and now Chandler's going to go down to the inside.
Yeah, Chandler looking to go on the inside on Cade Casper. He's able to get through that time around. Casper didn't lose too much time, but Vega again fades low, goes to the bottom, and this is really a really hard spot to really make a move here, and quite a sketchy one as well. Is Vega going to park him up here? Chandler there in second. Vega not giving him any shot to go into the chicane and going to fade low here once again already. Some pushing and shoving on their bumper there for Alex Chandler. Check flag is out this time around. Vega fades low. Chandler drops a tire in the grass. Vega around the outside. It was close, but not close enough. Royce Vega wins in heat race number 2.
That was a good attempt from Chandler. He was really upset he couldn't get that move done, and also lost second place to Cade Casper there at the very end. So Chandler is second, or Chandler finishes third, Casper second, Orbezo finishes in fourth, Wonderlay fifth, Nacho Wadi sixth, Hughes seventh, and Lavin in your 8th position.
So with that being said, that was pretty much it for your mini Swift category here here today. And when we see you tomorrow, it's going to be heat race number 3 and main event racing for them. We have a quick break in our schedule with 206 Heavy slated to start next, but obviously they're not here so far. Not going to be here in this one, and not going to be racing alone. They're going to be racing with a 206 Junior. So a little bit of a break in our schedule. When we come back, we're going to come back with our KA100 Juniors next in about 10 minutes' time.
So you finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're going to need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com. They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rib protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next? Well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200 from Acceleration Kart Racing's website?
That's because AKR gives you free shipping on orders of $200 or more within the continental US.
Okay, but I thought you were just getting a pair of gloves. That's what, 70 bucks?
But if I'm getting a new pair of gloves, I might as well get a new pair of shoes to match. And then on top of that, I'll get a neck brace because with the shipping, it's basically free.
Yeah, I do not think the math checks out on that.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free for orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Spend responsibly. Shop akr.com.
If you want to see a giant selection of beautiful new dining room tables, chairs, servers, come out to Gallery Furniture, see with the latest and greatest dining room furniture. Best of all, buy this dining room furniture today, solid wood. Gallery Furniture delivers free to your Houston area home today.
Kyle, I need a new 219 chain. I need a 77 tooth sprocket. I need some more chain lube, and I need it probably as soon as like tomorrow. Dude, are you even listening? Like, we need this to run this weekend.
Want anything else?
What do you mean?
I already got it in the car on Acceleration Kart Racing's online store, bro. All orders over $200 get free shipping.
Oh, throw in a set of tires.
Done.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free on orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Shop akr.com.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Parallel USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parallel Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParalleLUSA.com.
Now, Tyler Roberts and Nathan Golseth going to lead us to the green flag here in KA100 Junior racing action. Santi Duran and Jackson Valdez on row 2, Ibarra and Kemper Jr. on row number 3.
It is Jose Paramo and Cruz on row 4, Barry and Bonu on row 5, Cox and Anbar on row 6, Eteriaga and Wonderlay on row 7, Eteriaga and Barry on row 8, Young and Bailey on row 9, Carrion and Ledwidge in row 10.
And you go back further back in the field, and I believe that actually is all of our 20 starters here in this one. So everybody going to look to have a good end to their race. And Garzone's leader to start at the back of the field, and what could have been a motor change for Garzone, and everybody gets kind of bobbled up. Big wreck in turn number 1. Amelia Gus Wonderlay involved, one of the experts, and a lot of drivers off the racetrack. Golseth, Kemper Jr., what a hectic start to the second heat race here in KA100 Junior, Rocco.
Yeah, that was crazy off the start. We had a multitude of different accidents, and now up in front, I believe that is Tyler Roberts and Duran up in front, so a huge breakaway from these two drivers right here. Ibarra and others further back, they're going to try and work their way up to these two. It's a great breakaway from these two. This is exactly what they wanted, but unfortunately, it's the beginning of the race, so there's a lot of time to be gained from behind as we see those drivers further on back. I believe that is Jose Paramos, Ibarra, and Hector Eteriaga in that group right there. So they're working together. 3 karts might potentially be faster than 2, especially if they can get on with it and work together and set their differences. And as I say differences, Ibarra to the inside of Paramo there for P3. So he thinks he's quicker. He thinks he can lead this pack a little bit quicker as Paramo decides to follow suit and stick right behind him. I think behind Hector is Easton Cox, who's making headway as well. So all these drivers, I mean, they're working their way forward as much as they can. Ibarra made that move, so he lost a little bit of time, but now hopefully they can, work to put their heads down and work together and do all that.
Yeah, so everybody kind of finding a little bit of track position and a lot of shuffling throughout this field as well. As you see Turiaga in this group, Easton Cox in the group as well. And everybody kind of shuffling for position here as Juanjo Paramo on the rear bumper now of David Ibarra there as well. So everybody kind of just doing whatever they can to find some track position. Easton Cox drops the tire there as what looked to be Jackson Baldus was able to get through.
Yeah, and now, so you're 2 up in front in this group still. It's good that they're working together and they're not trying to fight because they're losing these guys behind them now after all that shuffling for position. Arteaga looked over his shoulder to see what's going on. He has a bit of a gap between him and Cox, so we'll see if they can catch back up and do anything there. Cox might, he seems racy, so maybe he wants to go around Arteaga. We'll see what happens. So your leaders just fading out of screen there. Still a little bit of a space between them. I mean, the gap was about 1.8 between third and first. It stays that way coming around this lap, so it doesn't seem much progress happening going up to the leaders. This might just be a fight for third on back.
Yeah, we'll definitely be a fight here on our hands shortly, so we'll see what these drivers can all do as they go around now. And single file line here further up, but a little bit of updates on those drivers further back in the field to find himself off the racetrack. Kemper Jr. Down in 12th, Golseth down in 13th, Carson Berry down in 16th. As well for what looked to be Garzone. He was able to work his way up the field and gain a couple of spots so far in this one, but everybody's still single file line. Garzone just at the tail end of this group on the rear bumper of Easton Cox now. on the inside there for Garzone. He was able to get a move done a couple of spots back, so a spot gain there for Garzone.
Yeah, and as they come across now, the gap is opening to the leaders about 2/10, so they're losing the leaders now, even with no fighting. So, I mean, Ibarra got ahead of Paramo there, thinking he was quicker. And I mean, even if they weren't gonna, close any ground to the leaders with that position chain, it seems that these front two are working together quite well. I mean, and as I say, working together, the gap between first and second is 6/10. So I take that back. There is no push from Roberts. He's only towing Duran along now, and I mean 6/10 back. That's still a pretty weak tow on a track like this. So those two up ahead are pulling away, and third on back, it is pretty stagnant with these top two right here. But you see further back, I think that was Garzone going down the inside of Baldus to get that position there. If we could look back to the tail end of this group here with Garzone in the black helmet, and he's making a lot of headway after that issue at the beginning of the race.
Yeah, Garzone has definitely made a lot of headway. There goes Juanjo Paramo on the inside there of Ibarra. Garzone looking to go through as well on Iturriaga. They get together. Garzone just wasn't close enough to get it done and clipped the right rear, I should say, there of Iturriaga. So both of those drivers lost a whole lot of time in that little scuffle that they had there. So they lost a whole lot of time, and now everybody else further up is running away with it here, Rocco.
Yeah, it's a lot more spread out now after that that little kerfuffle right there. So it's a bit of smaller groups now here on your screen. We've been sticking with Paramo and Ibarra for a moment now, and they're still, in unison. They're not really doing much to each other, so they're not killing each other's lap times too much and hurting each other. So, I mean, you have Baldus right behind them, and he's within striking distance if they keep fighting, but as of right now, he's just trying to hold on to what he has. So Paramo still holding on to that third place position with Ibarra looking over his shoulder at Cox, and Baldus, to point forward at Paramo to work forward. So I think Ibarra is definitely ready to work ahead or work with Paramo to maybe gain Durant as he's falling off the back of Tyler Robbins.
Yeah, definitely losing a lot of time here for that driver there, but for Ibarra and Juanjo Paramo, they're a little bit ways back from the likes of Roberts, from the likes of Duran, and others. So just smooth sailing so far for Roberts and for Santi Duran, and for everybody else just having to do a lot of work here to kind of close down their gap further up to the drivers ahead. So that's a lot of work to do for them, but everybody else further back. Update on Golseth, he finds himself up to 11th, and everybody else single file.
Yeah, everybody pretty much stagnant at this point in the race. Single file, as you said, there's on the screen. Tyler Roberts doing a great job here of just pulling away from the rest of the field and gapping Duran. Duran's about a second off from your leader now, so a very strong showing from Tyler Roberts. Paramo and Ibarra still there. I think you have Baldus, who's actually gaining on these two now, so it might break out into a three-way fight for that last place on this. I mean, I wouldn't call it a podium because it's a heat race, but that top three position. So now we get the 2 to go this time by. We're in the closing stages of this race. You may see Ibarra get a lot more aggressive on Paramo than he was earlier in this race, trying to work together. We even saw him on this part of the track last time by push him right before the braking zone to try and work together and even gain a little bit if they could. Your two leaders pulling away, and now you have Baldus right there on the back of Ibarra.
Yeah, Baldus not too far off at this stage of the race. And Ibarra as well, I mean, sits in the 4th spot, has had a lot of pace, but again, you saw what happened at the opening lap of this one, so definitely didn't help anybody out. And a couple of drivers found themselves just struggling at the start, and just quite unfortunate, to say the least, for a couple of those drivers with just struggles at the start of this one. So for all them, it continues to go on, and everybody else as well, just still battling it out here at the moment. And Turriaga able to gain some spots as well for Golseth, but everybody else just single file line. You see Baldus now on the rear bumper of Ibarra, who's on the rear bumper of Juanjo Paramo. Ibarra looking at the bottom, looking to get clear. He's able to get it done that time around, so Ibarra is able to get up into the 3rd spot. Paramo falls back to 4th. Duran still up in 2nd, and there goes Paramo on the inside of Ibarra. Not going to be close enough, and that half move there going to hurt him a lot.
Yeah, that was pretty close there. He chopped the nose down on Paramo. So Ibarra gets that third place position from Paramo. Baldus now putting a lot of pressure on Paramo, so we'll see what happens in these final few corners. Now your leader, Tyler Roberts, coming around the final few corners to the checkered. You had Duran actually gain a little bit of time on him there, so Roberts wins the race with Duran closely behind in second. Now when they come across Ibarra, Paramo, and Baldus, that is your third, fourth, and fifth. You had Cox get Kemper on the line. Golseth came across the line in 8th place after falling off the racetrack early on the start. Hector Itiraga in 9th, and then Unbar in your top 10.
That was a very, very wild race, and not the start that you would have wanted to see for a couple of these drivers who had incidents early on in this one. So that was action-packed, to say the least. When we come back, some pickup getting set to go underway. Take a quick commercial break. When we come back, more racing action getting set to come your way.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself, quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
So you will finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're going to need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com. They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rip protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next? Well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
Racetrack now, your 206 seniors getting set to go green here for the final of their heat races here today. Let's run you down your starting lineup. Kelvin Zing and Bryce Frank starting on that front row. And then on row number 2, Cameron Reed and Jacob Oliver.
On the third row, it'll be Reagan Seville and Carter Kilgo. Row 4, it'll be Harrell and Columbus. Row 5 is Bamber Long. Row 6 is Alvarez del Castillo and Kraus. Row 7 will be Paul Braden and Jacob Oakes. And on row 8, it'll be Gabriel McLeod and Dornbach.
Then you go back to Hunter Stein, Drew Chappell, and Noah Murphy starting at the tail end of the field here this weekend, with a lot of them just trying to cycle their way through here at the moment. And we'll wait for them to get the green flag this time around as they get set to go green here nonetheless. But been an action-packed weekend of racing, Rocco, and it's definitely provided us with us keeping us on our toes, I should say.
Yeah, I think this track races quite decently. We've had some pretty interesting and exciting moments happen today, and hopefully it continues through to tomorrow.
Yeah, it definitely looks that way so far. It's definitely an upward slope, and we're excited to see that as well. So we get set to go green here in 206 Senior. The last of their heat races, a good start by Zing. We saw Frank hold on to it around the outside. Can he do the same this time around? Everybody going side by side throughout the field, and already the AR Academy drivers working together. You see Frank give a point forward. There's Oliver there in the third spot. He's going to get moved to the wayside. Kilgo going to get through. Reed looking to go through. Reagan Seville way off the racetrack and going the wrong way there. And he's going to go to the tail end of the field there. But man, oh man, what a start to the senior race here. And you see the two MGMs running away from the rest of the field. Cameron Reed sits in third. Jacob Oliver up to fourth. And Seville was in fifth, but found himself in the weeds there. And wow, what a start to this one, Rocco.
Yeah, it's a shame. He was basically relegated to the back of the field. We'll see how many positions he can make back up. On your screen now, Cameron Reed leads us with Kilgo and others behind. I think those are some KRS karts behind, so maybe Castillo and Bamru. Yeah, I'm correct in that. Yeah, so you have Bamru now trying to go down the inside of Kilgo to get that position. Cameron Reed now with a little bit of gap. You see Bamru point forward, so he gets a little bit of a push, and Kilgo goes back down the inside of Bamru there for, I believe, P5.
Yeah, so Kogo able to get that move done for the fourth spot there and get clear on Addy Bamru as they continue to fight there further back in the field as well. Everybody kind of just not giving each other track position and still fighting it out here as it stands, but it all looks kind of good for the rest of the field, and everybody's cycling their way through. Noah Murphy has gained a couple after starting from the tail end. So, again, something amiss for him either in tech or after post-race, post-qualifying inspection, sending him to the tail end of the field, and everybody else working their way through. One driver there drops a tire into the dirt. But, I mean, this is kind of what we expected to see from the start. We expected to see the two AR Academy drivers work together, find each other, and not look back all the way through. And for Reagan Seville, this is not how he would have wanted to start his day. He's back down in 16th with a lot of work to do to kind of make up some moves here, Rocco.
Yeah, and one thing about Cameron Reed, so last time around, she made up time on your two leaders by herself, so she's actually running pretty quickly right now without a draft or a pushing partner. If Kilgo can get to the back of her and work together, they can even make more ground. We'll see what happens when they come back around. I think Dorenbaum goes down the inside of Del Castillo for P6 there. Now, as they come across, we'll see how close she gets to your leaders. They lost about a 10th there, but with the help of Kilgo and Bamru behind, hopefully they make up a bit of time now to your leaders. Dorenbaum making up quite a few positions, getting up into P6. So a good race from Blaze Dorenbaum there. On your screen still, Cameron Reed, Kilgo, and Bamru all working in unison. When Kilgo gets up to the bumper of Reed, we'll be interested to see a move for position or to work together. Only time will tell as we get through this corner onto this mid-straight here that goes down into the bowl. This is a corner right here, but you can't really make any moves there. It's more of a kink. And now into the bowl, they try to make their way towards your leaders.
Yeah, they're making their way so far. They're running similar lap times, a 56.860 for Reed last time around, a 56.818 for Frank and Zing their last time around on lap number 2. So a lot of work to do for a couple of these drivers. And quick shout-outs here. When you look at it, Blaze Dorenbaum's up 10 spots. He's up to 6th, though. A good start nonetheless for Blaze Dorenbaum for the AR Academy team. As 4 of their drivers inside of the top 10, and that's exactly what they're going to be wanting to see. Is Kilgo looking, going to be happy to push Reed along in her CRG machine, and everybody working together quite nicely, to say the least. But they still kind of single file line and a little bit more spread out. There you see Seville able to get ahead of his teammate in Noah Murphy. So for Reagan Seville, finding yourself in the grass at the start of this one was not how you would have wanted to get it done, Rocco, we should say.
Yeah, it was very unfortunate, especially with the pace that he had. You know, a lot of points just kind of fell off the table there for him, but he's making up a few positions, about 4 or 5 so far, and he's going to make a few more by the end of this race, potentially, if he keeps his nose clean. So now he's on the back of the 644. That is Kraus. He goes down the inside, gets that position done nice and easy. Now he falls behind Long, so he has another kart to make up. That's about 6 positions. A good job from Reagan. It needs to, you know, he'll make a recovery hopefully by the end of this race. We'll see how many positions he can make up. As of right now, he's still about in no man's land around P13.
Yeah, everybody's still kind of, and like you said, no man's land, a very good way to put it for a couple of these drivers, and kind of finding themselves out there on their lonesome and without a pushing partner. And for Seville, you know, not going to need a pushing partner at this stage, right behind Long at the moment in that TB kart machine. So we'll see if Seville can get it done here. Going to wait until after the bowl, and the chicane going to be the best slot to go. And I'm corrected. Into the bowl we go, and Seville looking to get that move done. He's able to go up another spot and further on the edge of the top 10. So he goes up to just about 12th now. Next on the list for him is going to be Ian Columbus. These 2 drivers still working together. Kelvin Zing and Frank working together as well. Just, you know, I don't expect to see these drivers fight all too much. You know, after the lunch break, went over and kind of talked to the 2 of them and kind of messed around with Chuck, Frank Bryce's dad, saying there's going to be team orders in place from here on out for these 2 drivers to keep it calm, to help each other and not to fight too much and not allow anybody else to kind of be in range to kind of fight against them.
Yeah, and they're coming down to the 2 sticks to go this time by, so we'll see if those team orders do hold intact or not. Your 3rd and 4th place drivers in that pack, it's not just 3rd and 4th, it's more than that. It's Bamru and I believe Castillo too. They're actually, no, it is just Reed and Kilgo are making a little bit of ground. They made about 2/10 in the last 2 laps on your 2 leaders. It's a little too late though, as they're coming to the 2 sticks to go. So if these 2 guys up in front don't do anything wrong and don't put a foot wrong, they will definitely not be caught by these 2 behind.
Yeah, and both of them, I mean, you see it kind of in unison. You know, you look back, they look back at the same time, they look forward at the same time, tuck their heads at the same time. You saw them look back, and then you go back on the steering wheel. And that's, I guess, almost synchronized by the 2 of them, who seem to be working together nicely here, Rocco.
Yeah, Bryce is told to mimic Kelvin's movements on the racetrack, but I think he's done one more and mimicked his head movements too. So
Yeah.
very impressive from Bryce Frank. But as we look further back, that's Reed and Kilgo. They're by themselves as well. You see Kilgo pull down the inside of Reed. And now we're back to the leaders, but I think Kilgo, and they're still side by side coming through the corner. So Kilgo gets that position coming through the bowl. Reed's going to get the switchback though. They're side by side. They kind of rub tires there. So Reed back into the chicane, takes 3rd place back. Is Kilgo going to send it into the hairpins? I don't think so.
Yeah, not close enough for Kilgo there, who looked for a move. To me, it seemed like Kilgo had a much better exit and probably had a little bit, is probably geared a little lower. So for those of you at home, less teeth than Cameron Root, can give you a little bit more top end. And if you have more teeth on that rear driver, then it's going to give you a little bit more oomph out of the corners, I like to say. But a white flag in the air this time by. The MGM still not fighting, still not defending. And we'll see whenever Bryce Frank, if he decides to go on fellow teammate and fellow, I guess you say friend here. And I've heard business partner as well nowadays in between these 2 guys. Selling shoes. Yeah, homie's also another good word you can use. Selling shoes back in the Houston area and the Metroplex area. So these guys working quite nicely together at the moment, and it's been quite smooth sailing for them. Kind of came into the race knowing what they wanted to do. Not many moves, and as we say that, Frank on the inside there of Kelvin Zing. He's able to get clear. Not going to defend it all too much, but Frank going to take it away in heat race number 2. Caught Zing by surprise. Zing going to finish 2nd. Cameron Reed across the line 3rd. Carter Kilgo 4th. Addy Bamru 5th, and everybody else side by side all the way throughout the field, finding themselves battling it out, to say the least. And there you have Jacob Oliver falling all the way back to 7th there in that one, and Reagan Seville down in 10th. So those still some pace to find for the Trackside Karting Services GFCs here, to say the least, Rocco.
It was a decent recovery from Reagan to come back up to 10th at least, because that accident could have been much worse. You know, I wonder if team orders may have been that in the final corner. You know, because it's just speculation. I'm just trying to.
Yeah, we'll speculate, and we'll definitely go out on the paddock later on tonight and and figure out what was going on. You know, was that expected? Did Bryce go against the rules? You know, it's all the drama in the AR Academy 10. Not really yet.
It's a multi-21 situation.
Yeah, if you like F1 and to know about multi-21, you know, could be that. So that'll be something to look out for here. But again, that being said, your KA Masters out onto the racetrack now, and let's run you down their starting order here. Shortly, Martin Stone, Kyle Walter starting on row number 1 alongside each other. Pierce Baldus and Evan Kozak on row number 2.
On row 3, it'll be Harper and Miguel Mir. Row 4 is Stupe and Pregande. Row 5 is Rogers and Miller. And on row 6, it'll be Caligaro and Faulkner.
Go back to Anna Kozak and Kogan, right? Janae Den and Tam Nguyen. And Jer Gasper and Keithan Hutchins, Scott Cherry and Shane Burkett not starting here this weekend. So 18 drivers total getting set to take the green trip. Well, we get to the commitment cone. Everybody in line now to take the green flag this time around in KA Masters. It was all about Martin Stone in heat race number 1. Green flag is out. Stone with a good start. Baldus has a good one as well. Side by side there. Harper looking to go side by side. And a couple of drivers off there. David Pregande, the driver off the racetrack, and not happy about that. He looked to be around the outside and just got sent off the racetrack. One driver spun around in front of the field there. And 2 drivers collected the 434, their expiry of what looks to be Anna Kozak. And another driver there was collected as well. That was around right. Could have been one of those drivers collected. Don't want to speculate too much, but we'll find out when they cross the stripe this time around.
And last time we saw a pretty dominant race from Stone, so we'll see what happens now. Baldus in P2 with Walter following closely behind. So, yeah, everybody got through for the most part cleanly until we saw that little incident right there. It was a great start from the inside line. You saw Walter lose that position to Baldus off the start. So it's a fresh race now. Our timer isn't running, so I think it's not 6 minutes left to go. So we have a little bit less than that. Kozak following closely behind Walter as well. So, and as you see, behind Walter, that is Harper and Mir. Mir putting the pressure on Harper. He went a little bit defensive there into turn 4 and 5. So Miguel Mir looking to go for it now on Harper. And behind him, that'll be Stupe and Pregande. Pregande had a little bit of an issue in at the beginning of the lap, so I think he may have lost a few positions there. But further on back, or not further on back, in P6, Miguel Mir still hanging out back. So I think that is Miller now. Down on Stupe. Oh, Miller. No, that is
Slade Miller indeed. He's around in front of the field there, and that's not what he would have wanted. I don't know if he snapped the throttle cable or something in that hairpin, but he's not able to get fired up again. He's going now, so it looks like he just got spin there. So unfortunate there for Slade Miller, to say the least. And Harper looking to make a move now on Evan Kozak. Harper's able to get clear up to 3rd.
I think with Miller, it was happening on the corner of our screens. He was going for an overtake, and we didn't see if there was contact or if he locked it up under braking. I'll go with the first speculation just to see. But now, as you go up to the leaders, you have Baldus actually rapidly gaining to the back of Stone there on that middle straight. So Stone not getting the easiest race as he did in Heat 1. Still a bunch of very quick drivers falling behind him. Kozak and Harper as well. So you had I think Harper got around Kozak there at some point because on our timings, Kozak was ahead. So they're all swapping positions, but they're not really fading back too much. So your top 6 or top 7 even, really close together and still within a shot of a really great race here.
Yeah, definitely a really good race going on here so far between all these drivers. And for Pierce Baldus, he had to go back to the drawing board, saw the pace that Martin Stone had, and you know, it seems to be working out for Pierce Baldus this time around because he has a closer gap, and it seems like he's keeping up with Martin Stone, to say the least, here in this one. So for Baldus, you know, he could be close and could take the fight up to Martin Stone, who hasn't lost the lead so far in racing action today.
Yeah, he's been holding on to it all day. Really dominant driver in the first heat. So Baldus with a whole new go-kart, it seems, really putting the pressure to the back of him, but it doesn't seem to be moving him. Stone in focus, as we say, not getting affected at all by that. See Walter dropping a tire there coming out of the final corner. So he, with that little drop, so these top three seem to be breaking away even, as I should say, from the four and behind, as I think we had an overtake somewhere. I think maybe Mir got around Kozak there. So Kozak up into P5 now.
Yeah, Kozak able to make some gains here. There's Kozak right behind Miguel Mir. So he fell back to the 6th spot. Mir able to get ahead, but they're still fighting and they're still battling. And now Pierce Baldus all over the rear bumper here of Martin Stone. So when does Baldus decide to try and make a move on the flying Brit here, who's leading us away? He's going to look this time, going to think better of it. Back in line, and not as of yet for Pierce Baldus. He's not going for the move, but we're running out of time here. Just under 2 minutes to go left in this one, Rocco.
You saw Stone kind of cover off that first hairpin into that sequence of 2 hairpins there. So with that bit of blocking, you might see Baldus get a little bit motivated to go for the move quicker, because that would just slow him back down and push him back into Walter, his teammate. Maybe if his teammate can catch up to Baldus, they can both maybe make a move on Stone at the same time if the stars align. But we'll see as they come around turn 4 and 5 to get to the mid-straight. Stone still with your lead. Baldus following closely behind. Walter's almost there. He's about a kart length behind, with Harper still in 4th. Mir made up that position. I mistakenly said that Kozak got around Mir, but I was switched in that. So yeah, Mir into the 5th place position. Stone didn't go defensive there. Baldus still following through. Is there going to be any change for position here? No. So your order from the previous lap stays the same on this one.
Yeah, it's definitely stayed the same so far for everybody in this field, but let's see what Baldus can do. And, you know, we talked about this Masters class a lot, and there goes Baldus. He was patient, but he's going to go now. He pulled the trigger there into turn number 3. He's able to get clear into the lead.
And will there be a switchback move from Stone? I don't think so. Coming through the mid-straight now. Stone kind of losing on the exit there to Baldus. A good exit there. So they're all about evenly spread out. Walter pretty close to Stone there. Harper as well with that fighting is closed right up to the gap. So has Miguel Mir. It's starting to turn into a train of 5 here with Baldus leading it. So we're coming down. It's going to be really close. I think it's going to be 3 to go this time by, because they got 14 seconds still on the clock, so they won't get the flag here. Harper goes down to the inside of Walter to take P3 away, but Walter gets the switchback, and we didn't get the flag, so it will be 3 laps to go this time by. They're still side by side with Miguel Mir closely following behind. They didn't make contact. A good sign of clean racing there. The master class is usually very respectful, so to be expected from these drivers. Baldus still with that lead. I think you saw Harper get around Walter there for P3, and everybody's fighting now, even Miguel Mir up into P4.
Yeah, Miguel Mir definitely taking the fight to the edge of the top 3 here, which is Brent Harper, who's in the 3rd spot, and for Pierce Baldus kind of has a good gap back to Martin Stone. About 2 car lengths separates those 2 drivers, so it's been exactly what Pierce Baldus would have wanted. He bided his time, he was patient, but he's going to have to take the white flag this time and keep that gap and maintain it for one more go-around. And now Mir closing down his gap to Harper as well. So 2 sticks in the air this time by. My mistake, so not the final lap. 2 laps to go left in this race, and Martin Stone definitely going to have to get on the horse.
Yeah, for sure. So you had him lead almost every lap up to this point until Baldus got back around Stone. So now with Baldus in the lead, Stone really has to work for this heat win if he's going to get it. There's a little bit of a gap now. I wonder if he's still really trying to catch back up, or if he's more focused on holding on to P2 here. Of course, the racer mindset would always be to go back up to the front if he can, but also second wouldn't be a very terrible finishing position in the points scheme of things. So Harper and Miguel Mir 3rd and 4th as well. And then I think it is Walter and Kozak. So that is your second group of 4 drivers right there, all fighting for that final spot in the top 3. Harper with a great drop now as they go across the line for the white flag. 1 more lap to go in this race. Your leader's still a bit spread out, about a kart length or 2 between them. Here on your screen still, we are following that second group, and Harper through and still leading them.
Yeah, Harper was able to get through that time by, and still leading that second group, but this is going to be the final go-around for these 2 drivers out in the lead. Baldus who has a road racing background with that LSR Motorsports engine building team in shifter categories and whatnot. They had a good showing last weekend out at Hallett, if I'm not mistaken, and you know, showing their pace out there with the entire High Five Performance team as well. A couple of wins and a couple of podiums to their names, but you talk about wins, you talk about podiums. Pierce Baldus going to take a heat race number 2 win to his name now, and going to win heat race number 2. Martin Stone across the line second. Brent Harper across the line in third.
Miguel Mir, a great recovery to come across in 4th place. And then you had Walter in 5th, Kozak 6th, Caligaro in 7th, Stupe 8th, Rogers 9th, and Neil Faulkner your top 10.
And that was it for your KA100 Masters. When we come back, more racing action coming your way. That was Masters. We go with 206 Junior, Shifters, Cadets, and then we ended up with your KA100 Seniors. All those races coming your way in a couple of moments' time. Don't go anywhere.
So you will finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're going to need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com. They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rip protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next? Well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
Welcome back. On your screen now, this is your 206 Junior and 206 Heavy classes. On pole for your 206 Heavy, that's Chris White. Joining him on the front row is Nick Miller with Madison Knox on row 2. And then on your 206 Junior side of things, I think it is Nathan Golseth and Chris Tracy on your front row with Robert Arana and Thomas Smith on the second row, Angel and Green on the third row, and then Criddle and Fink on that fourth row with Shelby Ramirez on the last row. So now with the green flag and Nathan Golseth taking the inside, a great start from the inside line. I don't know what happened to that outside line. You saw Tyler Roberts lose about 2 positions there coming through the first corner. So now Tyler Roberts relegated to P4 with, I think that is Gingell in, I don't know, 3rd place. So Golseth with that lead and Arana pushing him forward. I think it's Chris White, an issue for Chris White there, slowing, shaking his head. I don't know what happened. I think he drove off the racetrack, and now he's rejoining. So now back on our screens with the lead in the 206 Junior race. Golseth and Arana working very good together. We'll see when they come across the order here. So Nathan being followed closely by Arana. We'll see if he can keep up this time. I mean, he kept up last time, but he didn't get to go around him after Nathan was waving while leading him around. So we'll see if he can get some redemption in this Heat 2 here. Angel in 3rd, my mistake, with Tracy following closely behind. I think there might have been a change for position there. Tyler Roberts getting into P3, a little bit of fighting further behind these leaders right here. So as they come through the 4 and 5 corner, there we go. Tyler Roberts and Angel right there is 3rd and 4th. And I think they're pulling away from the rest of Smith and Green. And as we come across for another lap, there has been no changes since the second half of that previous lap. So Tyler Roberts still leads this group of 3 right here, with Angel and Smith following closely behind. We'll see if they can work towards that front two. And as I say that, you see Smith go down the inside of Angel there. So yeah, down the inside, trying to get almost both of them. Gets a little bit side by side with Tyler Roberts, and has to run a wider line on exit. So Roberts looking in his mirrors as they go into turn 4 and 5, and you see Smith there get around the outside of Angel. And Arana up ahead is getting dropped ever so slightly by Golseth, about 0.3 of a second now. You saw him on the bumper, and now he's falling a little bit further behind Tyler Roberts, and Smith pulling away from Angel now.
Yeah, so there you have for Maui Angel, who's just right behind the likes of Smith and the likes of Tracy, as they were able to get around this time by. So they're still battling it out. Ramirez in that group as well. And you look at the 206 heavy race as well, not too far back. Madison Knox, Nick Miller, well in tow. Miller's not too far back. Their lap times pretty close together. Knox ran at 58.5. Miller ran at 58.5 as well. He actually went a little quicker his time around. So we'll see if Miller can close down his gap as Chris Tracy off the racetrack there. And Rocco, I know you were looking at that, and that was something there for Chris Tracy.
Yeah, that was unfortunate. 50-50 across the side of the racetrack there, a bit of a grind, and couldn't get off of it, so he lost a few positions. Now with Shelby Ramirez pointing forward, being kind of upset with the driver up ahead. I believe that is Angel. They're trying to work forward and get back up to Smith there in 4th place.
Yeah, he was able to get through there on Smith. Maui Angel, the driver right ahead of Shelby Ramirez now, and ahead of Maui, is Smith. So Thomas doing a good job in telling everybody to kind of push him along, but there's nobody behind him to kind of give him that push. So unfortunate there for Smith. Not going to get that push from behind, but there goes Ramirez to the bottom of the racetrack on Maui Angel. Shelby's able to get through. Angel stuck on the outside, looking to hold on to it. He's able to get a good run there on the exit. Ramirez, it just seems like to be a difference in gearing here for her, maybe geared a little too low, where you have not the exit speed that you're going to need on the exit of the corners.
So on the end of the straightaway, there'll be an advantage with the longer gearing, but at the same time, as you said, coming out of the corners, there'll be nothing for her. So it's very important that they have somebody to work with and keep that. Sometimes if you have a difference in gearing, it can even benefit the two if you have one person pushing and the other one with a very far gearing. So now, as they come across the line again, that is Smith tapping his head, but Angel is still pretty far behind. So pretty frantic to work forward to get to Arana, but these are about 3.5 seconds gone from these carts on screen right now. So it'll be a fight for P3 on back as we got 1 minute and 2 laps to go. Tapping his helmet again, trying to work forward, but I don't know if there's going to be anything in it to catch. So I think Angel might just decide to go around. We'll see what happens when they catch up to the back.
Yeah, we'll see if Maui Angel can try and make a move. Taps the back of his helmet, wants some help from Shelby here. And they're going to all just kind of push each other along. Robert Arena and Ethan Golseth staying stagnant here, not making any moves. So we'll see if Arena tries to catch Golseth by surprise here in a couple of moments' time. When you take a look back, Nick Miller able to get ahead of Madison Knox in the 206 heavy race there. So the Maverick leading us away in 206 heavy. They go into the bowl here now. And a little bit of a position change there as they're through there now. And a little bit of fighting further up the field as well for some of the 206 juniors. But we look on as they continue to fight. And there's Nathan Golseth, Robert Arena working together. And they're kind of pushing each other along here as well. So been something to look out for here. And no waves so far from Nathan Golseth that we've seen this heat race.
You saw Robert Arana, though. He fell a little bit back on Golseth, about 0.4 of a second at some points in the race. And now he's right back on the bumper. So right back in form, right when he needs to be, coming to the 2 sticks to go this time by. So it'll be a fight for your top 2. They got a good gap behind. About almost 0.4 of a second. We'll see what it is when they come around this time by. So it'll be basically gloves off at this point on amongst these two.
Yeah, 2.6 in the air, so gloves definitely going to get thrown off. And you see Golseth's happy to do the same thing he did the race prior in this 206 junior class. to continue to get Arena to kind of work with him here, to push him along, to get away from the field and, you know, go at it on the final lap. So, you know, for Arena, you can catch Goldseth by surprise whenever he's kind of confident that you're going to push him along, or you can, you know, try and, you know, be true to your word and continue to push him along.
Yeah, of course, but I mean, remember Nathan was emoting on Arena in the first heat, so he's doing it again. He's just a fourth one from Goldseth of the day, so Arana definitely going to be motivated to get around him now. So as they get through this final bowl, I mean, the bowl now coming into the final lap of the race, they're about to take the white flag. So Arana right there where he needs to be on the bumper. So we have a long, so this whole straightaway right here, this leads, this corner leads onto a huge straightaway basically as they take the white flag, because here is where you start your run all the way into turn, or where we start the race, I should say. So Arana swinging a little wide here. He has a bit of a gap. We'll see if he covers down the inside. Nathan goes the inside. Robert goes the outside of the racetrack, maybe trying to go around the outside. He tries it and can't do it.
Yeah, just not close enough to get it done, as Arena fading low, going high, and looking to get creative here with Goldseth. Arena looked to stick the nose on the inside, almost sideways there on the exit. Not able to get clear on Goldseth that time around. Goldseth going to fend off again here into the bowl, and pushing each other along, hopping as well in his Arcane Motorsports machine to try and get that last little bit of pace that he can. And Arena there looking on the outside. We'll see if he's close enough. This will be his last real chance to kind of get a move. Goldseth fades to the bottom. Arena around the outside looking again. Can't get it done. Can he go even lower than Goldseth? Gonna stay in line. Goldseth goes 2 for 2 in heat racing action in 206 Junior. He wins for the second time today. Side by side further back in the field, Tracy off the racetrack. Smith able to get through in fourth, and everybody else as well working their way through. And then you have there further back for a couple of drivers, Madison Knox able to take the win in heat race number 2 for 206 heavies. Nick Miller in second. And then you go back to Christopher White running up your top 3. Quick commercial break. When we come back, more racing action coming your way.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200 from Acceleration Kart Racing's website?
That's because AKR gives you free shipping on orders of $200 or more within the continental US.
Okay, but I thought you were just getting a pair of gloves. That's what, 70 bucks?
But if I'm getting a new pair of gloves, I might as well get a new pair of shoes to match. And then on top of that, I'll get a neck brace, because with the shipping, it's basically free.
Yeah, I do not think the math checks out on that.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free for orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Spend responsibly. Shop AKR.com.
If you want to see a giant selection of beautiful new dining room tables, chairs, servers, come out to Gallery Furniture, see with the latest and greatest dining room furniture. Best of all, buy this dining room furniture today, solid woods. Gallery Furniture delivers free to your Houston area home today.
just running you down your starting lineup here for your shifter drivers. Jordan Musser and Noah Zarst starting on row number 1. Vincent Cassard and Nicholas Boulay on row number 2.
On row 3, it'll be Luis Mendez and Trulio. And then on row 4, it'll be Proctor and Mossy. Row 5, Cameron Reed and Clenard. And on row 6, Shotgun Charlie and Alvarez del Castillo.
That's your field here in shifter. We're going to wait. We're going to get lined up. And it was a good hole shot there for Jordan Musser. Zars had a good run, but it was the start that kind of ended up biting Noah Zars there in the end, and was able to kind of give Cassard the second place finishing spot, and within a good starting spot for tomorrow if he could keep it up as of now. But everybody getting lined up here as the entire TSRS crew gets them ready to go green. Rod Clenard able to get his stuff figured out, and after that scary accident, he'll be good to go now. Visors down, we look at the flag. It's out, and a good start again for Vincent Cassard on the inside of Noah Zars. A couple of drivers go wide there looking to make some moves, not close enough, and they're able to get through, and there you have Vincent Cassard, and now in second with Jordan Musser. And those rental carts in the background look very deceiving. It looked like a couple of drivers got together there, but that was in the other track there, the other half of this beautiful facility that we have here in Cato Mills, Texas. So already a couple of drivers mixing it up here, and that's Nicholas Boulay there in the 4th spot, looking on Noah Zars, closing down his gap, now in 4th. So that entire group getting stacked up here early on, Rocco.
I just reacted a little bit off that start because I saw Boulay, whenever he came out of turn 1, he had a little bit of a bumper, and he was completely opposite lock coming out of the corner, so it was pretty spectacular to watch. He's pretty rapid right now, catching up to the back of Noah Zarsk. Your top 4 are all pretty closely knitted together on the start of this race. They've already lost 1 minute. As you saw, wow, Boulay tried to go down the inside of Noah Zarsk through that corner. Pretty late sin there, and we'll see if he tries it again down the bowl. Seems very racy right now. Definitely trying to make that position up and make even more.
Yeah, no, for sure. It's definitely going to be something to look out for here. And Noah Zarsk holding on, trying to hold on to the rear bumper here of Vincent Cassard. Again, for Cassard, it just depends on how much he's going to want to fight. Jordan Musser here. Musser looks back, knows Cassard's right behind him with the fastest lap of the race of 47.843 for the CRG Nordum driver. And I mean, this is a whole different discipline of racing, right? We see single speed racing all day long, and then when these guys hit the racetrack, it's these guys and girls, I should say, with Cameron Reed out there on the racetrack, it's a whole different level and a whole different, I guess you could say, discipline of racing with the difficulty level of it.
Yeah, one thing is that bumps turn into jumps in this class because they're going so fast. You saw Boulay coming through into where we started. I think I saw all 4 tires come up for a brief second. You saw a little bit of daylight under his go-kart. I mean, these karts are absolutely flying. They can get up to speeds up to 90 miles an hour, so it's quite incredible, especially on a track like this, how quickly they can accelerate out of these corners. It's compared to F1 drivers call it being kart fit. As we have a driver off, that's number 2. That is Trolio off the racetrack and out of this race.
Unfortunate there for Dominic Trolio, who's out of this race and not going to be able to continue. So there you have it for that driver. Out of this one early. He's going to be down in 10th. An unfortunate end to his race here in this one. But everybody else cycling their way through. Fastest lap of the race now for Noah Zars, so 47.256. And it's how much did you save in this heat race? How much are you going to save for the main event tomorrow? Because you don't get a new set of tires for that main event. So for all these drivers, it's going to be conservation. And what a little incident there for Boulay, dropping a tire in the second to last corner, and that could have sent him around there. I've seen that happen a couple of times before, and it never ends well there, Rocco.
Yeah, it was a pretty big bobble there from Boulay. I mean, he's pushing pretty hard there if he's making that many mistakes. It's just these top 3. It's kind of a game where you have these drivers, they're trying to hold positions and at the same time also conserve their tires. So even though he's holding position, so are the other 2 potentially. I mean, there's no one else to really fight these top 3 for those positions. So it's a balance between the 2 of pushing and saving your tires. I mean, everybody here, they're a lot closer than they were in the previous heat. We had Boulay there for a quick second as well until on the last lap he had that unfortunate little mistake and got dropped off a few tenths of a second. But these top 3 looking way more racy and way tighter together than we did in Heat 1. Even though Zarsk now, I mean, we had a fight between Zarsk and Krasard as Musser kind of just pulled away from these two. But now even Cressard, we still have 2 minutes plus 2 laps to go in this race, and we saw at some point Cressard fall off the back of Musser as well. But as of right now, it doesn't seem that way.
Yeah, definitely doesn't seem that way for now. Czar still very well in tow. And when you look at it this way, I mean, Noah Czar's probably the youngest driver inside of the top 3, and I say probably he is the youngest driver inside of the top 3. Jordan Musser, a lot of accolades to his name, and goes out to the Super Nationals at the end of every year and finds himself within a shot for a race win, even last year as well with that PSL Burrell Art team. He found himself within a good shot to take the fight to Davide 4. And for Vincent Cassard as well, who's had a lot of pace, found himself inside of the top 5 at the Super Nationals as well, in a field of over 30 to 40 drivers there, and looks to make his maiden attempt at a World Championship later on this year, closer to the October range. I believe that's about a month or a month and a half away from now. So that's exciting for Vincent when he goes out there. And if you notice the flags on his helmets, a Mexico flag and a French flag. If I'm not mistaken, I believe his wife actually from Mexico and him being from France. But he is trilingual, I guess you can say. 3 languages to his name, and you can speak whatever language you want, and that's gonna get them collected. Vincent Cassard, Noah Czarsk get together, and they're not happy with each other. Czarsk, goodness gracious. What just happened there? It seemed like Czarsk wanted to make a move, and it could have been a little too late there for those drivers, and that's going to leave Noah Czarsk out of it here early in the second heat race. And for Vincent Cassard, able to get fired back up, but not how he would have wanted to end his second heat race further back in the field. Luis Mendez, though, going to be the driver that moves up to 3rd, but man, oh man, unfortunate for Noah Czarsk on home turf.
Yeah, it was a huge mishap there coming into the final corner, and he kept rolling forward, trying to, it was kind of a odd little collision there at the end, how you saw Vincent kind of just roll off the side and stall out. It was unfortunate because he could have maybe gone underway, but he had to restart that cart. You saw him get up out of his guard cart and have to push it again. But Musser up in front with a unassailable lead now. Nobody's going to catch this guy. Boulay pushed so hard to try and keep up with a 2nd and 3rd, and now he got awarded with that 2nd place position after that rather unfortunate incident. So your top 3 now is Musser, Boulay, and Mendez.
Yeah, so the top 3 definitely changed up here a little bit as Jordan Musser continued to lap around, and for Boulay as well there in the 2nd spot. He's about 5 seconds back from Jordan Musser, and Mendez about 2 seconds back from him as well, or it could be 6 seconds back if I'm not mistaken from one of those drivers. But yellow flag in the air, 1 driver off the racetrack there, I believe in turn number 1. So something amiss, and what I believe was Vincent Cassard. He went into the wall if I'm not mistaken, and he's off the racetrack there just at the front of the grid. So Cassard with issues has put him out, and a DNF for Cassard here in the 2nd heat race.
Yeah, that's even more unfortunate for Vincent. I mean, he got up and got underway again to try and salvage any points that he could possibly get, but didn't seem to work for him. And now, so with even more points off the board for Cassard and Czarsk, will both be put a little bit further back in the field now with their average finishing positions. So it may be a little bit of a rough start when they get towards the finals, but they'll try to make those positions and get up back to this guy who's been pretty much flawless this whole time. Musser on the final lap now. He has just 1 more lap to go and hasn't put a foot wrong at all his whole heat, just like he did in heat 1.
Yeah, you usually don't see the driver of the caliber of Jordan Musser put a foot wrong at all, but he's definitely feeling some nice wind. He has his suit kind of zipped down just a little bit to get some wind there in the shifter cart, because it can get really hot, especially with the engine being on your right-hand side and the pipe being right on your back. So there's a lot of heat going through, and you have the radiator all the way down to kind of pump some water into it. But again, it's very physical, very taxing, and very hard for all these drivers, to say the least. But he's made it look easy, to say the least. Jordan Musser wins heat race number 2.
And Boulay will come across the line to take P2, and followed about 3 seconds shortly behind Boulay will be Mendez for your top 3.
Yeah, so that's going to be it with some pickup coming our way here shortly. We'll take a quick commercial break. When we come back, 206 Cadet and KA100 Senior to top off the day.
So you finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're gonna need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com? They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes,
Yep.
gloves,
Yep.
rib protectors.
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next? Well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
Welcome to Rimrock Raceway, the premier karting facility and motorsport-themed venue in West Texas. While you're at the track, be sure to stop into Victory Lane and enjoy our full-service bar and event center. We have live music and entertainment weekly, along with Texas's fastest go-karts available to the public. Located on West Highway 80 in Odessa, get your adrenaline pumping at Rimrock Raceway and live life full throttle.
to your 206 Cadet class. On your front row, on the pole, will be Royce Vega, joined by Tanner Barsh. And then on the second row, it'll be Westbrook and Theodore Mitchell. On row 3, it'll be Steves and Klein. Row 4, Masad and Osborne. Row 5 is Barsh and White. 6 is Vargas and Leszek. Row 7 will be Blackwood and Lehans. And then Aston, Wyatt, and Morwick, I don't think are here. So they're coming around the final few corners to get lined up. And I think it'll be green this time by, and we get the green. So good start from both lines. We'll see what happens when they get through the first few corners. It seems that Barsh gets shuffled there, and Westbrook to the P2 position with Barsh in P3, and you see them go 3 wide for a brief moment there. I think Klein, trying to get a few positions, got around Theodore Mitchell there for the 4th place position, and seems to be a good breakaway from your two Bendick drivers up ahead, with Barsh trying to close back in on that gap. .275 of Morwick, I believe. Not happy with that little bit of a hand gesture to whoever must have gotten involved with that accident. So now that is Marshall Steves in 4th place on that the inside from Klein, I believe, on Marshall Steves. So they're fighting further back. That's not going to help their case with catching these 3 leaders. So your top 3 evenly spread out, and seems to be pulling away from this fighting group of 3 behind.
Yeah, your top 3 were definitely really close there. Weren't able to really to get it done. And there goes Simon Klein looking again on Marshall Steves. Gets kind of caught up there a little bit. Looking low on Steves into the chicane. Not close enough to get it done that time around for Simon Jack Klein. But you go back to Westbrook, who's in the 2nd spot. Vega, who's in the 1st. Tanner Barsh in the 3rd spot. They're getting in tow here with the 2 Bennick machines. So Vega and Westbrook, these 2 drivers, we've seen them kind of work together earlier on today. Not many moves. We saw one by Westbrook that Vega kind of had to move to the wayside to avoid, but they're still doing a good job. And there's Klein on the inside on Steves, looking to get the move done. He's able to get clear. So Simon Jack Klein up to 4th.
There's a good overtake there for 4th place on your leaders. Now they're still all in the same positions, and just, trying to get these laps down and trying to crunch them through and pull away from this group behind. You can see the 2 groups on the track right now, or on screen, I should say, and the gap is opening between Klein and Barsh there. We'll see as they come around what the gap will be next time by, as you have a little bit of fighting up ahead. That was Westbrook on the outside of Vega's teammate. So I don't know what's going on up in front, if Westbrook wants to get around Vega, or if they just got shuffled there for a bit coming out the bowl. But no, Westbrook down the inside of Vega to take the lead on his teammate. Barsh follows suit and gets right behind Vega there. Still very close with these 2 teammates, but now we'll see if they can push together and pull away, as there's a gap between them and Barsh right now.
Yeah, there goes Vega looking back on Westbrook here. Looking on the inside. He's able to get clear. Westbrook falls back to 2nd. And Barsh kind of just sitting passenger as all this happens right in front of him. So everybody kind of fighting it out here in between each other. Barsh sits in the 3rd spot now. Simon Jack Klein sits in 4th. Marshall Steves in 5th. They're going to go side by side here once again. Vega puts the hand in the air, not too sure on Westbrook's kind of actions throughout this race, kind of wanting a fight as well. Vega stuck on the outside as Barsh able to get through. Westbrook goes to the point. And still, they continue to fight here. But again, Vega just kind of confused on his teammate making moves on him. But Westbrook wants to go up to the front. He wants to lead. He wants control, and he's got it now.
Yeah, there may have been team orders in 206 class, but definitely not in this one, as you see Westbrook fighting with his teammate. They're still not losing too much time. I bet they're losing some time to the group behind, but that gap still seems to be quite substantial, as you see Barsh now push with Vega across Westbrook to take both 1st and 2nd. So demote Westbrook all the way from 1st down to 3rd. Now we'll see if Westbrook tries to make the move back on Vega into P2 there. They're all still single file, no changes there through 4 and 5 onto the middle straight. So Barsh is your new leader for the first time in Heat 2.
Yeah, Tanner Barsh, he's been wanting to get to the front. It's taken him a while, but he gets it done now. He goes to the point, and now with a driver of the experience of Royce Vega right behind him in 2nd. Dutch Westbrook right behind him in 3rd. So everybody's single file now, and working together. The likes of Klein looking to close down their gaps as well to the top 3. He brings along Theo Mitchell and Marshall Steves. So all these drivers kind of in tow, and you see Westbrook kind of point over to the motor, see what he was adjusting something or pointing at something to somebody on the fence line to try and indicate something.
And your 2 leaders are now pulling away from Westbrook there. Both Barsh and Vega put a bit of a gap there on that 3rd place driver. So you have Klein and Steves also about a second and a half off of these leaders. They're right there on screen with Theo Mitchell, followed very close behind on Steves. That's your second group of drivers fighting for position. So it's these 6, and then further back, I believe that is Masad in 7th place by his lonesome. Further back behind him, it'll be Brennan Barsh and Vargas. So the rest of the field amongst the or beyond this top 6 is pretty spread out right now. And I think we can see Westbrook pulling a little bit closer now back to the front 2 after maybe getting a little bit of a draft and driving some corners quite nicely. We'll get back up, hopefully, those top 2 and get back in the fight for the win.
Yeah, and there you have it for all those drivers kind of still being consistent. Just about under 30 seconds to go left in this one. About to get to the 20-second mark, and that's going to be the indicator to kind of put the 2.6 in the air and start to duke it out for the second heat race victory. And we'll see what Barsh can do. It was Vega in the first one. We'll see if Barsh can get it done here in the second one, and this is the first real showing that he's had against the 2 Bennick machines. And then you have Simon Jack Klein working through. Marshall Steves goes through as well, and everybody else right behind them working their way through. Brennan Barsh not too far back either on a good showing for the young 7-year-old here who currently runs inside of the top 8. So a good showing for Brennan here this weekend, and this time around 2 laps to go, 7 down, 2 to go. So they're going to hit 8 laps total, but this will be the second to last go around for all these 206 cadets here, Rocco.
Yeah, 2 more laps left to go in this race. So your 2 leaders pretty comfy right now in the top 2 spots. They definitely dropped Westbrook by now, so he was probably fighting up early in the beginning of that race just because he may have known that he didn't have the pace to follow, and he wanted to try to slow them down or just try to keep a shot with staying with the lead right now, because these 2 drivers are pulling away. If they start fighting, he might be able to catch back up because there's a bit more time left. There's about 2 laps, so if they start fighting within this lap or the next really hard, you could see him catch back up. Simon Klein in 4th. I don't think he'll be able to close that gap in time as we're closing down. I think Simon Klein and Steves and Mitchell are all still together fighting quite hard for 4th place and on back. But now as you come around and you see Vega now go down the inside of Barsh, and they take the white flag this time by. So Vega, your new leader, and he'll try and cover off the inside from Barsh. Barsh goes up high, and he has a bit of a gap now between him and Vega. If he has a decent run, he could get the draft and try to make a move coming down onto this straight. So you see Vega chop down to the outside of the racetrack to get a good run out of turn 3 there. So there's about 2 kart lengths between him and Barsh coming through the midfield left sweeper here, and Vega with the advantage.
Yeah, Vega with a big advantage here, about 2 car lengths in between the CRG Norton machine and the Bennick Racing machine. So for Tanner Barsh, who needs just a little bit more to close down that gap to Royce Vega, Dutch Westbrook has found what he's needed. Needed those 2 drivers to fight and get himself back in a drafting range. He's got it now and closing down his gap to the top 2. But this is going to be it. The final go-around, Westbrook throws it down the inside on Tanner Barsh, is able to get clear. Barsh looking to go back on him, not close enough. Checkered flag in the air. That's going to be it. Royce Vega wins heat race number 2. Dutch Westbrook across the line second. Tanner Barsh rounds up your top 3.
Yeah, good move from Westbrook there to take P2. Simon Klein comes across the line in 4th place. Marshall Steves in 5th. Mitchell in 6th place. Then you have Masad in 7th. Brennan Barsh in 8th place. Morowick in 9th. Actually, Vargas got around a problem for Morowick at the end there, I believe. Vargas in 9th place with Wyatt White in 10th. Leszek in 11th. Osborne 12th. And Morowick in 13th.
Yeah, so Morowick, an issue for him at the start of that heat race, kind of put him out of contention early on. But with that being said, we've seen about 19 races go on today, Rocco, and we have one more to round up the field here, to round up the day, I should say, here this weekend. Your KA100 Seniors getting set to go out onto the racetrack. 32 drivers total in this field, and they're going to show us all the racing action here in a couple of moments' time. You look at the fence line there, absolutely lined. There's not, very little to no room there on the fence line, and you still have to wait to the bottom level as well, where all the mechanics are, where all the parents, where everybody's on, looking on with their drivers there. They're going to move their way up, and as well for the grid that's on the right-hand side here, further to the right, where all the drivers kind of waiting to work their way out onto the racetrack. See that covered grid? All those mechanics going to migrate up to that top level, and that's going to be a shoulder-to-shoulder jam-packed section whenever we get into the racing action here in a couple of moments' time. But before we get into that, we'll give a quick shout-out to our 2 cameramen out here this weekend and working hard. Here on your screen now, Xander Rogers, former racer for Iron Rock Motorsports, out here giving you guys a shot in turns number 1, 2, and 3. And Landon Wilkins as well, ex-driver here around a place like DKC, lives just about 2 minutes down the road. So these 2 guys providing us with some great action shots, staying warm, staying dry, and staying hydrated as well. But with all that being said, from all of us here, this is the last race of the day, and let's take you down your starting lineup. Jake French and Aiden Rudolph going to lead us to green here.
On your second row, it'll be Phillips and Vasquez Jr., and then Pagano and Herrera on row 3, Beckett Friesen and Luke Lange on row 4, Dallas Dunlap and Joey Freend on row 5.
You go back to J.D. Lamping, Kurt Goodson on row number 6, Toyer Rousseau and Adrian Cruz on row number 7, Ian Howe and Alex Pope on row number 8, Justin Music, Ibrahim Din, row 9, Cohen Summers and Preston Pico round up your top 10 rows.
On your 11th row, it'll be Landon Skinner joined by Bryce Frank. Row 12 will be Faulkner and Parker. Row 13 will be Roddy and Bamru. Row 14, Renfro and Stouffer. And then Alvarez, Del Castillo, and Good will be on row 15.
Remy Enjo and Xander Clements starting Shotgun Charlie on the field after transponder issues in the qualifying session, has slated our very own birthday boy to start from the very back of the field in all of his heat races here today. And in the first one, it was Aiden Rudolph got to the lead after the green and didn't look back since then. Jake French found himself going off the racetrack with an off-track excursion early on. And for Peyton Phillips and Buddy Vasquez Jr., they had a lot of work to do and had to go back to the drawing board to try and contend with Aiden Rudolph here in this one. But into the start box we go for the final time on the Saturday afternoon. We are racing here in KA100 Senior. Aiden Rudolph around the outside. Everybody looking for whatever bit of racetrack that they can. And once again, very similar. Rudolph around the outside goes to the point. French up to second. Pagano right behind Herrera. Everybody side by side throughout the field looking to work their way through and make up some spots. All 32 drivers still on the racetrack.
They clean through the opening corner now with as you said, a repeat from before with Aiden getting a fantastic start. Jake Fringe in P2 there with Phillips behind and Vasquez Jr. And then it'll be Herrera and Pagano down the inside of Herrera for P5 to get that position away. And Herrera thought about going back down the inside, but it's a bit early in the race. They need to work together and try to catch back up to this lead group because it is a very fast lead group who will take every chance they get to open up the gap on these drivers behind.
Yeah, and you saw there Beckett Friesen was able to get a move done there as well on what looked to be Joey Friend as Peyton Phillips. A deep send, looked to go 2 for 1 in the process. Had a slam on the brakes and one driver way off the racetrack. Adrian Cruz into the gravel. Kurt Goodson has issues as well. And you see him hand in the air, not happy with whatever ensued there. But Adrian Cruz, who had a lot of pace and unfortunately didn't have it in the qualifying session, finds himself in the gravel and out of this one early. Buddy on the inside of French. He's able to get clear and up to third. Phillips now on the inside of Aiden Rudolph. He's able to get clear and able to go through. So for Peyton Phillips, he goes through into the point of the field. Rudolph still in second.
Yeah, and so now you have Peyton Phillips taking that lead. He had a crazy overtake for P2 getting sideways. It's crazy he didn't lose even more time getting that overtake done. Now Aiden Rudolph decides to work together with Peyton Phillips. These two drivers have been racing with each other for a very long time now, and they will try to work together and potentially pull away if Aiden Rudolph decides to file through again and not go for the lead at any point. But he has pressure from behind and Jesus Vasquez Jr. So at some point he might need to put a cart between him and that and Buddy if he needs to. And so you see Vasquez Jr. try to make a move down the inside of the bowl, and it didn't work out for him. So he files back through into P3 and now back down the inside of Aiden Rudolph.
Yeah, he was able to get clear there on Aiden Rudolph. So Buddy is back up to the second spot. Tried it once, didn't work, tried it again, and he was able to get it done. Again, your top three They're your top 3 in the championship as well. Peyton Phillips sits in 3rd, Vasquez sits in 2nd, and Rudolph leads us away in the championship here going in to today. As there you have it, Buddy's able to get through on Phillips. Rudolph going to follow through. Pagano trying to negotiate with somebody on what looked to be Luke Lang there, if I'm not mistaken. So those two drivers just kind of negotiating on what's going on. Both of them pitting here with the Dallas Karting Complex team here this weekend and trying to work together and kind of negotiate on who's going to lead, who's going to push, who's going to follow. And it seems like they got it figured out. Lang going to be the driver ahead for the DKC team. And then right in front of him, fellow and ex-teammate and Jake French there in the 4th spot with his own program here this year and his own team this year as well. So French right behind the top 3 championship leaders. A little bit of an adjustment there for French on what looked to be on the needles there to get that last little bit and ounce of pace as Rudolph drops a tire and knows that Phillips is going to have to go, and French going to go through as well. Pagano looking to go side by side. Rudolph drops a tire into the dirt there, trying to find himself onto the racetrack there, and Pagano just did not let him rejoin. And Pagano up in a 4th now, and Rudolph with a lot of work to do. So the championship points leader falls way down the order here, just on the edge of the top 10, Rocco.
Yeah, this is exactly what Peyton Phillips needed for his championship hopes. So with that happening, now you have these 2 drivers on the track. That is Lang and Pagano working together, trying to catch back up to Peyton Phillips and more. And then you have Joey Friend and Jake French there with a Herrera all fighting each other coming out of the final few corners.
Yeah, so single file all the way through now. Herrera's right there, and Aiden Rudolph, I believe, the driver right behind him now. Joey Friend not too far back as French fighting with Herrera now side by side just behind this battle in between Pagano and others. So French there in this battle. And then there's Aiden Rudolph with Dallas Dunlap not too far back, and what looks to be Beckett Friesen as well. That's just on the edge of the top 10. So JD Lamping in there as well. So a couple of the TB Kart South team drivers, one of the Arcade Motorsports machines, and Cohen Summers right behind him now. As we'll see what French does on Javier Herrera, a driver who's only 14 years old, driving against some of the veterans of the sport. There goes French on the inside in the last corner. He's able to get clear and through. And we're running out of time here, just under a minute to go. A couple of seconds left in this one. So a couple of drivers still working their way around.
Yeah, your 2 front row starters both fell back during this race, and they find each other on the racetrack again, separated by just Herrera. And there is a red flag.
Yeah, so red flag out, and I believe that was the timing loop, unfortunately, getting destroyed when one driver found themselves off the racetrack. So we are more than halfway throughout this heat race, so if I'm not mistaken, I think that's going to be it here for your KA100 Senior heat race number 2, and if it ends that way, then Buddy Vasquez Jr. going to take heat race number 2. We'll get confirmation here shortly, but we'll keep you guys updated here on the fence line nonetheless. So again, confirmation on what just occurred. There's race director Matt informing the drivers of what occurred in between all of them. And, they obviously saw the wires kind of get kicked up here. So let's take a look over to the main straightaway where we have our timing loop here this weekend. And again, the timing loop is out here on the main straightaway. So to explain to you viewers at home what kind of occurred and what went on, here is there's a wire running from the building that we're in up here in the timing tower. So all the way from that tower there on the right-hand side of your screen, there's two wires that go throughout the main straightaway that provides us with our ticker on the left-hand side of your screen that brings in times and whatnot. So those two wires, after issues were faced last weekend for all the DKC team, there you see Jesse Dunham and Mike Jones discussing on how to fix the issue just now. But again, there's two cords that run through there that actually, keeps up with all the times and all the positions for all the drivers with their transponders that's on their carts. So there's wires that kind of are on the left-hand side of that main straightaway on the right-hand side, and they were, driven over and kind of ripped apart and ripped to pieces as they are, hanging wires on the side of the racetrack. So that kind of prompted the red flag to go out because that would have led to a whole different can of worms with scoring and timing. The race would have ended up being hand scored at the end of it, and with no certain way to kind of end it. But yeah, that's pretty much the issues that we're facing here so far. So the red flag is out. Don't have confirmation as of yet if the race is going to restart with 44 seconds left on the clock, or if that's going to be it, because we were more than halfway through the race. And I believe now there's going to be some waters and beverages provided for their corner workers out there, and kind of still figuring out what all is going to happen here in a couple of moments' time. But all that being said, we thank you guys for bearing with us, and we thank you guys for being with us here all day long. And it's definitely going to be something to look out for here in a couple of moments' time. But that being said, we'll take a quick break, go quiet on the airwaves, and when we come back, we'll bring more information as we get it.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200 from Acceleration Kart Racing's website?
That's because AKR gives you free shipping on orders of $200 or more within the continental US.
Okay, but I thought you were just getting a pair of gloves. That's what, 70 bucks?
But if I'm getting a new pair of gloves, I might as well get a new pair of shoes to match. And then on top of that, I'll get a neck brace because with the shipping, it's basically free.
Yeah, I do not think the math checks out on that.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free for orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Spend responsibly. Shop AKR.com.
If you want to see a giant selection of beautiful new dining room tables, chairs, service, come out to Gallery Furniture, see with the latest and greatest dining room furniture. Best of all, buy this dining room furniture today, solid wood. Gallery Furniture delivers free to Houston area home today.
So again, just received confirmation here, and I can confirm that we are going to restart the race, being the last session of the day. Only 3 laps left, so 24 seconds on the clock. So it's going to be a single file restart, if I'm not mistaken here. And they're going to go to the green flag, and it's going to be almost a 3-lap shootout. Only 3 laps left in this race with just 24 seconds left. And when they go around, time's going to end. 2 sticks in the air, and that's going to be the end of the race. So 3 laps still left of racing here, as everybody kind of debriefing and talking with each other, and everybody still seems in good spirits. So that's the good thing to see nonetheless. So again, that's the latest news that we have. It's going to be a single file restart, 3-lap shootout to the checkered flag. So that's how this one is going to end here later on. If again, I'm not even going to say it because I don't want it to happen, but that is how this race will end here today. 3 laps coming your way here in a couple of moments' time to define the KA100 Senior second heat race of the day. We just got another update, our latest news here from the timing tower up here. So again, for those of you in the paddock, again, confirmation, this race will restart. Again, I said earlier that it was going to be the rest of the time duration, which was 24 seconds. But the red flag did come out. They did have to slow down, and by the time the clock stopped, kind of cut some laps short from the race. So that being said, this race is going to restart with 5 laps. So it's going to be a 5-lap race to the checkered flag. So again, they only had, I believe, 4 laps in, about 5 laps in. So they're going to get another additional 5 laps left in this second heat race. Again, 5-lap shootout all the way to the end. So again, bear with us here for a second. The loop, I believe, is fixed now. And now we're just waiting on the starting order to get them lined up, single file line. And we go to a 5-lap shootout for the end of the second heat race. So thank you guys for bearing with us. The drivers heading back to their karts now, and we're going to get set to do a 5-lap shootout here in KA100 Senior at the Texas Racing Series. So again, confirmation, we are restarting here. 5 laps to the checkered flag. And it is going to start at the same spot where we did start the race. So again, your starting lineup here in this one. Jesus Vasquez Jr., Peyton Phillips starting in that second spot. Looks to be Luke Lang in third. Louis Pagano there in the fourth spot. Joey Friend in fifth. Jake French in sixth. Ivor Herrera in seventh. Aiden Rudolph starting in eighth. Dunlap right behind him. Then you go back to Friesen. Cohen Summers, Justin Music, Ian Howell, Preston Pico, Ibrahim Din, Landon Skinner, Bryce Frank, Xander Clements, Jake Faulkner, Alex Pope. Then you go back to the High Five Racing Machine right behind Pope. What is, if I'm not mistaken, either Addy Bamroo, and then you go back to Roussel, White Renfro, Alfred Alvarez Castillo, Roddy, Goodson, and Gel. Adrian Cruz, unfortunately, not going to restart this race. So 1 lap to warm up their tires, and then they're going to single file, get in a single file line and take us to the green flag. So Buddy Vasquez Jr. going to be the driver to take us to the green flag here. And again, 5 laps for the end of this one. Again, time is going to run out, but 5 laps is what we have left on the clock. So full course caution at the moment. Pretty much like a safety car restart here on what's going to go on. But everybody going to get single file line. Last little bits of adjustments for a couple of drivers. There you see, French on the needle, still making some adjustments to his motor. But everybody else getting set to go green. And again, have to recollect yourself, recoup, and get yourself to go racing here. It's going to be an all-out war all the way to the checkered flag here. So 5 laps is what we have left in this one. Buddy Vasquez Jr. going to lead us to the green flag. Peyton Phillips in second. Luke Lang in the third spot. Louis Pagano in fourth. And Joey Friend, your top 5 here. So we look on Jesus Vasquez Jr. and Peyton Phillips, if he has a good run and tries to make a move into turn number 3 here, which is where we've been starting the races so far this weekend. But we get set to go green. On the gas early for a couple of drivers, and the tram lines there for Jesus Vasquez Jr. He's able to get through a couple of drivers around the outside there. There goes Jake French. Rudolph around the outside on Dallas Dunlap looking to go through. Justin Music pushing him along. Everybody stacked and back. French to the bottom of the racetrack. There goes Music to the bottom on Aiden Rudolph. He's able to get clear. Dunlap loses a spot. Single foul all the way through, and everybody getting stacked and packed. Dunlap going to start to defend here when we get into the bull corner and trying to hold everybody up and stack them and pack them. But Buddy Vasquez Jr. still leading here and pulling away a little bit from Luke Lang in the third spot.
Yeah, they came out of the gate swinging there. Vasquez holding on to his lead after the red flag previously at the first start of this race. So now a bit of a breakaway from your top 5 now with the rest of the field. You got Vasquez, Phillips, Lang, Pagano, and Freen. Freen actually up in the top 5 now. A good run for him now, all the way up in that top 5 position. So further back on the field, you have Herrera and Music there, and then further back, that is Music, and getting trained right now by both Rudolph and Jake French.
Yeah, there you have that's actually Beckett Friesen, sorry. The 926 was the driver there in that group. Music is in the lead group right behind Herrera, so very similar in liveries, very similar in helmets, so easy to confuse the two of them, but Friesen in that second group, Music in that lead group. Buddy Vasquez still leading us away here. And we wait for the 2.6 in the air. Going to be about another lap before we get the 2 laps to go. And that's this battle further back. Everybody's still battling. Music going to start to defend from Summers, from Pico and Ibrahim Din as well. As Pico drops a tire, he's able to go through. And again, very close to our timing loop, but able to continue here in this one, Rocco.
Yeah, Preston did drop his tire a little bit close to that line, like we just had a previous in this heat. And you said you see Summers go down the inside of Friesen there. For a position there, communicating, coming down the straight, trying to do some hand signals there. And you see Pico getting around a few drivers there, trying to keep up with these drivers right here.
Yeah, and Summers there, the MSL Racing driver. He's looking to work his way up to a couple of fellow CRGs that are further up the field. Summers just outside of the top 10. He's in 11th now and charging his way forward. He's in 10th now, just ahead of Beckett Friesen. And then you have everybody else further up the field, as Herrera was able to get a move done there on Justin Music, if I'm not mistaken. So they've made up some time here in this one, to say the least. Vasquez still your leader, and Peyton Phillips still in the second spot as you go back to Luke Lang in third, and Louis Pagano in the fourth spot. So again, this the ticker on the left-hand side of your screen. Just a little mistake here. Roussel is further back in the field, and so is Luke Lang, to say the least. But Buddy Vasquez Jr. pulling away from the rest of the field here. Phillips not able to hold on to the coattails of that GFC Trackside Karting Services machine. Luke Lang as well, still working well together with Louis Pagano, and they continue to push each other along. But everybody else still battling all throughout this field. French, kind of everybody spaced out. It started very hectic here in this one, but kind of calmed down as it progressed. As the white flag in the air, this is the final lap around and the final go-around for all these drivers as they get set to go green. And Buddy Vasquez Jr. Still ahead. Pagano there falling under fire from Joey Friend. And now Luke Lang going to start to defend. He was able to get clear on Peyton Phillips and go through. So Luke Lang's up to second. Phillips fell back to the third spot. Pagano's in fourth. And then you go back to Joey Friend in the fifth spot. They are staying in tow, but Buddy Vasquez has been absolutely flying all weekend long, and it wasn't, the first heat race that he would have wanted. Got involved in a first lap scuffle there, and in the early stages of his race, he had a fight all the way through, and it's been different this time out for Buddy Vasquez. He's able to get it done in heat race number 2. So Jesus Vasquez Jr. takes the second win on the day in KA100 Senior.
Coming across the line in second will be Lang, followed by... sorry, we need to update the timing real quick.
Yeah, followed by a couple of other drivers. So, again, some issues there, to say the least. But that was it for us here today on this Saturday afternoon. Buddy Vasquez Jr. going to round up the day with a win for the Trackside Karting Services GFC team. From all of us here at Kart Chaser, we thank you here for joining us on this Saturday afternoon. That gave us absolutely everything here. Again, we'll be back tomorrow bright and early at 8 a.m. with your free warm-up sessions. And we're going to go into heat race number 3 and the main events. That's all coming your way tomorrow. But for those of you for sticking with us on this Saturday afternoon, we thank you for joining us, and we'll see you tomorrow. Have a good night.